Hello everyone and welcome back to day number 2 right here, the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. My name is DK and of course I am joined by none other than Esports. It is day 2, we're here, right? We've made it through that very first day. Firstly, how are you feeling today? And I mean, are you as excited about the second day as I am?
I'm very excited. I feel like I need a lot more energy though to match what these teams are going to be bringing to the table because based on yesterday's performances, I don't think either of us could really be ready for what they are going to showcase today. Just pure aggression, beautiful clinical execution that we saw yesterday. Oh, it was brilliant. It was by the book and I can't wait for more. How are you feeling, DK? Are you ready for
Oh,
this?
I am super excited, right? Yesterday I was smiling like a little kid in a candy shop. But I hope to push that smile even further today as we are going to be moving into a new day with more opportunities for the teams to lock in even more points and just continue to push the envelope as best they can. But of course, as we know, we have a few other things to look at before we get anywhere remotely close to our very first game of the day. And so first things first, let's take a look at the format. As we can of course see, it is going to be that league stage that we are currently in. We're in phase number 1, so that is 5 days with all 20 teams competing. Not a single super weekend does exist anymore, right? It is just game time all over the block. And from the league stage, we know the top 16 teams are going to be pushing forward over in towards those finals. And by pushing, I mean, wow, I can't even English
Wow.
properly today. I did it twice in a row. Can you
You're
believe
too
it?
excited. You're
I
just too
am.
excited.
I
You can't
am.
wait to get into game. Oh,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
brilliant. Okay,
yeah,
but yeah,
it's fun.
formats similar to what we saw last season. In the PMPL fall split,
Mm.
at least what we saw. So the teams had an opportunity then to get used to it. Obviously, we have a lot of new faces who now need to adapt quickly, otherwise they're going to fall behind. But there
Mm.
are a few tweaks, there are a few changes that have come through that have really affected the trend that we see for PUBG Mobile, and that specifically has to come down to those points, DK. We saw such a massive impact yesterday with the way in which these points, affect the meta, affect the
Yeah.
trend, and the general ethos that these players take into the battlefield.
I mean, it is going to be quite the play, as we've already seen, right? This new point system does force a lot of that aggression over onto the teams, and so far they are just stepping up, meeting that challenge head on. I'm curious to see how that is going to evolve, right? Where is it going to go to? Because this is essentially new territory. Before, we've been using the old point system for the longest time. Now we get to see how this all changes up. And already, based on our first day, the teams are definitely down for what is needed to happen here.
Absolutely. And again, I still can't get over the first day that we had yesterday. I've never ever seen such an aggressive first day of play on PMPL Africa. It was brilliant. We had so many teams stepping up to the plate. It wasn't just one singular team that was always in the forefront of our minds. I mean, we went in with our own expectations, obviously based on
Mm.
previous seasons and, the most recent statistics we had available, but I don't think we could have ever been ready for what we witnessed yesterday. It was a beautiful, beautiful display, and I'll try and calm down how excited I was from yesterday as we move into today's standings. But I think it's going to be an interesting one.
I mean, what are we going to calm down, right? We're just going to push it further and further, right? We're just going to go higher and higher. Eventually, we're going to be stuck on the ceiling going about the whole process. And of course, as we know, a big reward coming through at the end of the week is going to be based on the team's positioning, where they were able to place themselves, and they'll be able to secure themselves all these beautiful bonus points. And that's going to be the trend for week 1, week 2, and week 3. And by the time we get to the end of week 3, the overall positioning in the entire league, the teams are going to be distributed points according to that as well. So the most points they can get before heading over in towards the finals is going to be 80 total points, right? That is the ultimate max.
Ooh.
We have not yet seen a single team unlocking that. But who knows, right? Maybe spring 2023 could be that opportunity.
I don't know. Yesterday, if you asked me, I would have said, okay, listen, there's an opportunity. We can finally see there's going to be one team running Supreme every single week, but just purely based on yesterday, that does not seem like statistical availability for us right now. All of these teams are constantly pushing and adapting. Yes, it's going to come down to when that consistency comes through, we can start to see the trends that are going to develop and start to see who's going to be the team moving forward. But 80 points to
Yeah.
take into finals, that is nothing to scoff at, and everyone should be rushing for that.
Yeah, of course, those bonus points is going to be what the teams will be starting the finals with. And as we can see in the finals, that's where the majority of the money lies, right? Each team will get rewarded for participating in the league stage. But once they make it over to that next bit, that is where they could find themselves in a bit of a honeypot. And speaking about honeypots, we do see those VISTA rewards coming through as well. So there will be an additional $1,000 kind of spread out and dispersed through our new rewards that we are going to be having for Vikendi itself.
Yeah, two potential bonuses. We've got the MVP and the Vikendi reward system. And the Vikendi rewards, I think, is a very fun addition. Not only are we happy to see Vikendi coming back, as we mentioned, a lot of the players, a lot of the community, they were really asking for Vikendi to come back. But now we've added a little bit of a twist. We're not just going to give you Vikendi on a Sunday, but we're also going to give them an opportunity to take hold of that extra $1,000, but they have to complete a couple of challenges if they do want to make that actually happen. And these challenges, DK, I feel like they were practicing some of them yesterday. We saw a lot of nades, we saw a lot of car eliminations. I feel like they're ready.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, the Vikendi bonus points is going to be $1,000 broken up into a whole few different sections. We've got the Robin Hood, we've got the Look at My Style, we have the one-man army, the viewer's choice. Yes, the viewers can decide who gets that bit. And then, of course, we also have the focus on elims, right? So the most eliminations secured on Vikendi is going to be worth $150 additionally. But I'm curious to see how many knockouts are going to come through from bans, how many will be secured by vehicles, and of course, who will be getting a few of those utilized through the grenades.
Yeah, I feel like everyone has been very on point with their grenades, but I haven't seen that many pans. So they need to bring up the action when it comes to the pan throwing, but we'll see who's going to be jumping to that first and who's going to be picking up the crossbow as well. That is still one that I am very curious about. Are we going to see teams just fully manning crossbows for Vikendi? Is that what's going to happen?
It could be. I could be. I mean, as we know, the crossbow is the poor man's AWM, right? If you put it in the right spot, that thing is absolutely devastating. So I want to see who's going to be rocking a few of those crossbows, running all over the place and, hiding in the snow, trying to pop off a quick few heads. It's going to be exciting once the teams make it all the way there. But we know that is only going to happen on Sunday for our very last day, our very last match of the week. So quite a bit to look forward to. But as we know, of course, we are still making our way only through our second day. We've not even started with the action yet. But to remind our viewers, the whole pathway, the whole roadmap that we are going to be going down, of course, we are on our very first week. So we've got our bit of action coming through today. Then we'll be returning on Friday as we push into our very first weekend to wrap up our 5 days. And that will then be copy, paste, all the way to week 3 before we venture over into the finals itself.
Oh, a lot of action for these teams to work with and a lot of opportunities for them to really garner up as many of those points as they possibly can before we head into the finals. We know there's only a few limited seats, so they need to make sure they're climbing that leaderboard as far as they possibly can every single day of play. We've talked about the change in points, but also the impact because we've removed those super weekends. It makes every single day, every single match that you play all that more important. So we need to talk about consistency. We need to talk about the teams bringing their A game from the get-go.
Oh, yes. Speaking about Get-Go and Get-Go's, there's going to be quite a few things to look forward to. But, of course, we also are going to be taking a look at our participating teams, right, to see what that group breakdown is. And, of course, taking into consideration that this group shuffling that we have for our particular teams is only applicable for this week. Next week is going to be entire different shuffle. So for this week, it is, as we can see, Arab Golden Wave, the players there for MEA Esports, as well as CRYPTICS. We got Lag, we got Triple Esports, Blackjack Esports, Titan, as well as for Group C, we have the Vampires, TIMEOut, URUS, as well as Black Hand. Then over in D, we've got RUKH, we got Smash Team, we got RUKH, as well as VISTA Gaming. Group E consists of the Mind Weapon, the World of Battle, Greedy for Kills, and then, of course, Virtual Gaming Squad.
We've already seen a few highlights coming out of these groups so far. I mean, from Group A, we were really quite impressed with CRYPTICS. I mean, no surprises there. They always do those sort of things. But also Arab Golden, first map of the day yesterday, taking that winner chicken dinner in a clinical fashion was quite impressive to see. Group B, Titans have been a little bit quiet. Triple Esports for me as well. I mean, they're one of the teams that we've been seeing consistently in the top 5, or semi-consistently in the top 5, but they haven't quite clutched the either amount of eliminations or placement points to really put themselves in a fantastic showing. URUS Esports from Group C, I mean, come on, I gotta give you a heads up there. You did fantastically on Miramar. I'm so proud. Blackhand with the double nades. Koa, we got a shout out to you. I mean, Koa was our top fragger from yesterday with 11 eliminations, 16 knocks, still that double nade. It's gonna ring in my head for the rest of my life.
I mean, if you got it, you got it, right? If it ain't broke, don't change it. So, love to see what they've been doing already just in that first day of action. And there's, of course, still going to be quite a bit more of that to come as we are inching our way even closer to jumping into our very first game. But there's so much to talk about. We are also going to be taking a look at a few more things before we head into our very first game. But speaking about all these things, of course, we need to give a lot of love going out to our sponsor as well, right? Much respect going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner rather for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But on that I think it's time for us to take a bit of a look at the overall standings, right? To see where the teams are coming into today and how much work they still have to do to potentially try and up their current positioning a little bit more.
We chatted about it towards the end of yesterday's stream. There is a lot of opportunity currently on the overall standings. We don't have that massive disparity on day number 1 where there's just 1 or 2 teams leading the pack. We still have plenty of opportunities for everyone to catch up. So if they find themselves in, the top 16 and they want to get higher, there's still opportunity. Even if they find themselves on the lost page, it wasn't that massive of a disparity. We can see CRYPTICS leading the pack currently with 38 points total. Obviously, eliminations being the focus here with 27. They are our leaders in eliminations, and rightly so with the new trend and meta that we have going.
Yeah, but as we know, CRYPTICS definitely no strangers to the pressure. As we know, they're quite a capable team, able to really handle a lot of the pressure here. I mean, we were talking about RUKH yesterday as well. We know Arab Golden also taking that very first winner chicken dinner and doing so with quite a bit of style. But we are seeing some pretty strong figures, right? Those 27 eliminations coming through at the very top of the board. Taking a look at the second page, it is still looking very decent. I mean, there's not a lot of disparity between the second page and that first page.
No, I mean, we've got 16th finishing with 16 points, so I feel like that was quite, perfect in my opinion. But even over towards this last page, I mean, in 17th, we've still got 16 points, then 12, 7, 6. Yes, for Blackjack and Mo Esports, we highlighted some of the issues that we saw with them yesterday that I feel like are very easy to fix issues. It's not like startling issues that they're never going to be able to fix in PMPL Africa. No, it's a few positional changes they need to make, and maybe just a little bit more communication, and then we could be seeing them climbing to the second page quite easily, in my opinion. We just need to see them bring that action today.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean, Mo Esports also showed a lot of potential yesterday. Unfortunately, they were caught in a few uncomfortable spots, but hopefully we could see that being rectified as they move through not only the games today, but also the remaining days left in this week. So there are going to be several opportunities to bring in the needed adjustments and just look to see whether or not they can capitalize on that, on the whole proceeding. But of course, speaking about capitalizing on things, we know also then coming into day 2, things are going to be a little bit different, right? Yesterday, we started off the day with Erangel. We ended off the day with Erangel. We had that Miramar Sanhok sandwich in between. But today, it changes up completely. As we move into our second day, it is going to be a Miramar heavy day with only 1 Sanhok and 1 Erangel.
Yeah, so Miramar heavy, we saw some of our craziest elimination counts on Miramar's yesterday. I guess just more space means more elims for these teams at this point. I'm not quite sure, but either way, Miramar was popping. So everyone has so much more opportunity today on this beautiful sandy dunes map to bring in that action. And we get to have Sanhok a little bit sooner. Obviously, a change in groups. So Group C yesterday, who had to sit out for Sanhok, gets a little bit of that treat today. And I mean, unfortunately for Group B, they don't get any Erangel action, but that's okay. They can come back on Friday. Friday. For the rest of the teams, however, who are Miramar focused, we know that there are, just some Miramar specific teams that we know just do so well. I mean, CRYPTICS is at the forefront of my mind just with that 15 elimination run that they had yesterday. Surely they should be very excited for today's map schedule.
I mean, I can't really argue because I do believe that the teams have really been doing their homework, trying to research as much of those available drop locations that we saw come through yesterday, and how they're going to be looking to potentially accommodate for that, right? Adopt that into their strat, into their rotation, and try and find that next best position to move into. But I think moving over in towards Miramar, based on what we saw just yesterday, I think we're going to be in for quite a bit of a joyride here, right? The teams already kind of hyped up and fueled and ready to go to see what they can bring out in towards the desert. Now, as we know, yesterday was pretty insane. We had quite a few phenomenal plays. I mean, looking at what we had come through in yesterday's Miramar games, it was some insane numbers in the very first game. I want to see how that's going to happen now as we move into our very first Miramar here for today. Is that going to be the same trend, or is this now going to be the opportunity for teams to perform exceptionally well on Miramar to be able to assert a little bit of dominance here?
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking a little bit about how difficult the predictions have been just because the statistics, they just don't make any sense to us, right? So I just took a general overview yesterday to see some of the teams that I felt like could have done a lot better and some of the teams that obviously have to step up today. Everyone does, every single day. But there were three teams I wanted to highlight. Triple Esports, I mentioned them in the team proceedings. They are semi-consistently finding themselves in the top 5. And there were moments where I thought it could have gone their way. So I feel like today I really want to see them just keep it tighter and hopefully bring in a little bit more of that elimination count. Same I can say for Wave Esports. They are semi-consistently in the top 3. I mean, we see them so often in every single one of our games. We have so much focus on their positioning, but we don't see that translate into the crazy points that they obviously are looking for. And then finally, RUKH Esports. I mean, I have to give a shout out to them for all of the players there from Kazakhstan. I mean, my goodness, yesterday's last game was a smashing finish. They brought in such a beautiful, beautiful execution. And they started the day off with that crazy Erangel alongside Arab Golden, which obviously made me eat all of my words. So please, I would love to see more of that. They're only 1 point away from CRYPTICS, who is in the top spot on the overall rankings. I want to see what else they can bring. What else do they have up their sleeves? And are they going to continue this trend? We need that consistency.
Well, one thing that's pretty evident is how strong RUKH Esports is with securing placement points. Because if we look at the statistics from just yesterday, they were the highest scoring team with regards to placement, right? They finished off with 16 points. The only team that came close to them was GREEDYFORKILLS, and GREEDYFORKILLS had 14 points to the name, but they finished the day all the way down in 8th place. So that already speaks volume as to how RUKH Esports is able to read those zone movements and adjust their rotations accordingly, making sure that they find themselves in quite a sustainable position, looking to leverage that in their favor. And I mean, if they can add a little bit of aggression to that, they're also the second highest scoring team, well, third highest scoring team with regards to eliminations. So if they're able to find that balance, I think they're going to be quite the force to be reckoned with.
It would be fantastic, like we said, all of these new faces, these new challenges to bring in that opposition to players who've gone through the PMPL gauntlet, and now all of a sudden they have these new challenges. It's fantastic for the scene. It's fantastic for us to be able to witness. So I hope that it continues and that it doesn't just stay, those three as an example that we've just mentioned, that we continually change the discussion, change who we're talking about to see more and more teams coming to the forefront. Like, I mean, let's focus on, two that we mentioned earlier. Mo Esports, would love to see more of them. Blackjack Esports. I mean, Smash. We mentioned Smash, and all of a sudden we find them in the top 3, absolutely just gunning away with eliminations on Miramar, mind you. So you get yourself prepared for the first map we have today. And it was brilliant. So every single one of these teams, I haven't seen one that I have a doubts can adapt to PMPL Africa.
Yeah, there's the capability is definitely there. I mean, if they weren't capable, they wouldn't have been here. They wouldn't have been able to make it to this point. So I want to see how the teams are then going to be looking to flex those skills once they step on forward. So there's quite a bit to look forward to as we are going to be prepping ourselves to venture over into the lovely desert. Everything is, of course, now just getting prepped up and ready to go. Have to dust off those planes, as we know. It is a very bumpy ride, but we will get there momentarily. We're just around the corner now. Before we hop in, it's that time of the day, right? I gotta ask you the question. Who do you think is gonna be the team to take the dub right here on our very first map?
You put me in the hot seat so early yesterday, and then you're doing the exact same thing here today. DK, honestly, I'm gonna do this to you at some point. Just, it's coming. Just don't worry. First Miramar of the day, hey? You know, let me stick to my guns. I'm gonna be looking for RUKH Esports and Triple Esports. Those two. Because they need to do some stuff. We know RUKH can do it. Triple has been so close, it's frustrating to me. So Triple Esports, please, if you could like bring in some, I don't know, even if we don't get the winner chicken dinner, just get some crazy eliminations. I would be very happy.
Well, there we go. So the order has been put out. Now we just need to see who's going to step up and looking to deliver.
Your predictions.
My prediction. Ooh, all right. Okay, so based on what we've got going through on the flight path here, I'm going to go with VSC, right? That's who I'm going to root for. I'll say VSC or VISTA, whichever name you want to call them. That's where I'm going to go. VISTA, I want to see what they can do. Stepping out onto the battlefield as we already have them just drifting over on towards the eastern side. But what I like about the start is, aside from the zone that has moved all the way down south, and of course a little bit of that early game altercation coming through over towards San Martin, is that there's a beautiful spread from our teams here once again. And of course, as we saw yesterday, the Vampires and URUS getting right down to business yet again.
Of course, I mean, let's just jump on into it as soon as possible. Vampires and URUS, I mean, at this point, they are just becoming arch enemies. We saw this exact situation on Miramar yesterday with Vampires leading the pack and ultimately winning it out. Can URUS turn it around is going to be the question. I mean, they are just keeping it clinical.
Oh, yes, but they have to keep it more than clinical, right? They need to find that extra little bit of spice, and well, that's definitely not it for Wise to fly down. I think that, well, it was still a good call trying to get down to their teammate, but it is going to be a very risky play as we do see Savage now just trying to lock in even more damage. But this is where I'm quite worried about URUS, right? They don't have a lot of health. I don't think they've got any meds really to speak of, because they had to get right down to business. So it is going to come down to how quick they are able to react to it if they are looking to make it past this first stage.
Look, I mean, as we mentioned, they had this opportunity yesterday. I would hope that they did learn from their mistakes, and the same could be said for Vampires. You know, maybe there was something that they could have done better. This time, obviously, the tables have turned, or the turntables, as we say. And this time Vampires are on the chopping block. They need to get themselves out of here, because getting so close to getting such a good amount of eliminations and getting away with it would have been a fantastic start to this Miramar heavy day. Again, we do have plenty of opportunities for them to come back on Miramar and try again, but winning out to this 2v3 would be the ultimate momentum shifter.
Yep, there is definitely no arguing with that. Here we go, Savage now, just trying to pop quick head in. I think this is quite a position to be in. I mean, as you were saying already, there's definitely not much separating these two. Only 1 point, right? We can see Vampires sitting with that 1 point on board, but URUS, they've now been able to secure 2, so they're still that 1 point difference. And if Vampires, if they want to climb up, they need to try and get a little bit of an overpowering position. But what I like about this current positioning up into San Martin is that there's nobody else here. Both these teams can go about their business, settle their differences, and then move out.
Yeah, look, they could completely just disengage from this. I mean, it really isn't a forced position. I do think there is an opportunity for Vampire to potentially get away with it. We do see TIMEOUT and MEA Esports actually on the other end of things, also kicking up a few eliminations, kicking up a bit of dust. So now Vampire, URUS, I don't know. I don't know if URUS is actually going to make this engagement, because this is what they tried yesterday. They tried to make the first move yesterday, and they were punished for it. Obviously, literally, this is yin and yang position. They've literally swapped positions in this scenario, but there is an opportunity for the same to still happen. Maybe they'll just stick around, waste a little bit more time, see if they have an opportunity to, you know, pick up a little bit more. They're not too far off from zone, so they have some time to play with.
A little bit of it. I mean, it's not a crazy amount of time. I mean, 3 minutes and a bit of change. There's a lot that can happen in that. And speaking about what's happening, of course, we are still also then waiting to see where our our other teams are going to be looking to rotate towards, as we did see that glorious southern zone centering up ontowards Chumasera, and this is a great spot, especially looking at a team like CRYPTICS, right? They are blessed with positioning. They don't really have to move anywhere else. But of course, MEA Esports also now venturing in, looking for a bit of positioning, and they've got a clear way right on forward, aside from moving smack dab center, because as we said already, that is where the CRYPTICS are lying in wait.
And it really does hurt my heart to see MEA Esports down to only 2 players. I mean, we know these players, we love these players. I mean, coming through from their stint of zero tolerance, now here over in MEA Esports territory, I would love to see just more of them coming through. So we'll keep an eye out, or I will keep an eye out on MEA Esports and see how they venture forth. But I definitely wouldn't discount any of these teams just yet, no matter what's happening currently. We know the first day, I'd even go as far as the first 2 days can be a little bit, jarring in terms of the adaptability. You suddenly have to now, work with the challenges you're working with. And there's still some time at least to just sort of get your bearing and get yourself into that groove. And once you're in that groove, we know every single one of these players are so capable. So looking at this now, we've got that zone closing in, 2 minutes left. I wonder if Vampire and URUS have split up yet. That's like on the forefront of my mind, because I don't really see anyone else on the minimap that's really that close and contentious that could have any of those engagements, or at least long drawn out engagements. It's only really just those two.
I mean, it could potentially be between Blackjack and Arab Golden, as we can see both teams also heading up in a very similar direction. Blackjack now just pushing a little bit more towards that coastal area, trying to get themselves into the southern ridge. And what makes the southern area so interesting is that there's a completely different change when it comes to the terrain, right? It is not like the rest of the map. It's not like that center band. So it changes the dynamic. It changes what is expected of the teams moving into this territory. But we can see a lot of teams also now starting to head right on down. And I was about to say, or about to ask, what do we think is going to be happening come through in this game? Because if we look back onto our very first Miramar yesterday, I mean, CRYPTICS, they picked up 15 eliminations, right? URUS, they settled on 14. So they've already set the bar exceptionally high for the first Miramar, but are they going to be able to meet that expectation once again?
I do think the idea of having a high elimination count is in the works. I don't know if it will be as sparse, I would say, compared to the other teams. I feel like everyone is going to be gunning for some eliminations. So we've already got URUS picking up 2. We had a little bit of action there for timeout as well, picking up a 2 of their own. So I would gather that we might see a little bit more of that spread coming through. We might see more teams taking aggressive stances. After they had that first day, they're like, cool, we know what we can do, we know what we can't do, let's push it. We need to get eliminations. It's no longer the focus on placements, it's the focus on eliminations. So we have to see a trend where those eliminations pick up. So that would be my hope. So I'll put it up as a prediction if it helps. But please, let's get more eliminations.
Ooh. I was just about to say, I'm curious to see what Titan Gaming is going to be doing, because that first phase was so favorable for them, really playing into the area that they like to drop in. Ooh. Yeah, Vampires still being caught in a bit of a situation here, sipping on some of that blue juice. It's not going to be the nicest juice, but hopefully they'll be able to settle their differences relatively quickly. Beautiful bounce, but that was only only a smoke.
Excited.
It would have been quite an interesting throw coming through on that one. But as I was saying, I'm curious to see what Titans are going to be doing. Now they have to trek a little bit more to the side, but here we go as Vampires and URUS get down to business. White does get picked on up. Things are not looking great as Savage is going to be the final Vampire, and off they go. The stakes get driven through, and that is URUS now sitting with 4 eliminations to their name. But now comes the hard work. And it's because now they have to travel all the way back and look for a good positioning, moving into an already reduced zone.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a tough one as well, because obviously we know a few more teams have moved up ahead of them, so they need to be very, very curious and worrisome about their surroundings as they move on forward. Blackjack Esports, Arab Golden, Blackjack, I said I wanted to see a little bit more from them. So for them to already find a little bit of success with those eliminations, that spells wonders to me. Just keep it up. Arab Golden, such a clinical start for them yesterday, but it was a start on Erangel. Maybe the Miramar will shake them up a little bit, or maybe it's what they've been waiting for. They were one of the teams. We asked this question, are they going to continue this? We didn't see another Arab Golden win after that. And again, it's a very tough competition, so like I'm not discounting the competition here, but let's see that consistency come through. Let's see that clinical execution from them once again showcase its best prowess.
I mean, looking at their positioning currently, Arab Golden definitely not in the worst spot to be. I mean, it is a little bit troubling having Wave on the one side and Blackjack towards the northern edge. But this is still not the worst position for Arab Golden to be in, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to make anything off of that, because looking at Wave, it's only Petrox held up on that front line. The rest of the team, they just keeping a very tight spot all the way on that southern edge. So there is still quite a bit of opportunity to be had here. But will it work? Will that come and just click for Arab Golden?
I would love to see it just a little bit more. I mean, I was so flabbergasted yesterday. I lost my mind a little bit. And now Petrox just coming on through and raining down on my parade, man. Come on. I'm waiting for a little bit of Arab Golden magic here. And we're just taking them down one by one. Already 2 down for Arab Golden. And, ooh! Broly just keeps taking shots left, right, and center. This zone is so clustered already, DK. You know, we can see on the minimap just how packed it is, and now it's gonna get even crazier. Where's that zone gonna go? Ooh. Okay. A good mix of the terrain, though.
Yeah, it's a half and half, right? And we love ourselves a half and half because it could either be half chaotic or half insane. It's going to be either of those two, and we'll find out soon enough which one it will be. But looking at the positioning that we have, it does seem like TIMEOUT are having a little bit of trouble finding a secure rotation moving in. RUKH, on the other hand, it's clear sailing moving forward. There's no one really looking to put up a bit of a contestation onto the edge of zone. I mean, they're so close, it's just up ahead. But once they move in, there's no immediate threats right up ahead of them. Of course, it is going to come down to where they are going to be looking to rotate towards. And, I mean, if we look at Black Hand and the players here from VISTA, they could definitely be looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure up on the north.
I love these zone finishes here in this section of terrain for Miramar because it's so chaotic, but it provides that same densely packed situation. Yikes! No, that's painful. That is painful. This is one player whose crosshairs you don't want to be in, especially if they have a nade in their pocket, because we saw what happened yesterday. And now Hazard, it's always Hazard, man. It's always Hazard that is finding themselves in the worst position. Ooh. Oh, it's just pain, wow. DK. It's just pain.
I mean, that was a beautiful spray coming through from Koa. Unfortunately, Storm has been traded up. Let's see how much effort they are going to be looking to put in. It does seem like Koa is opting for maximum effort. There we go. Red Ox come in with the assist. And that is now Blackhand. Oh, falling victim to CRYPTICS as Marshall moves into position. And I think this is the danger of playing at this level, right? There's so many teams still alive. And such a jam-packed zone, it's almost like you're playing Sanhok.
I was actually going to say exactly that. There's also the danger of getting too tunnel visioned. All of that focus that they placed on TIMEOUT really did obviously expose them to all of the surrounding teams. They put a lot of time, a lot of bullets and energy into taking out TIMEOUT. And where they do get the eliminations, obviously you can see CRYPTICS now, they're hunting for those sort of opportunities. Everyone's hunting for those sort of third-party opportunities. If they find that you are taking 1 second too long with an engagement, they are going to pounce, because that is how you can pick up eliminations. Not free of charge, but very close to it at this point. We can see Titans and Smash. Ooh, what a pincer. Axa on the bridge, unfortunately, but Smash are feeling the brunt of the action here.
Yeah, but this is not the first time that we've seen Axa being the first one to get knocked for the side of Titan Gaming. I think there's a strategy that they're playing at here, sending Axa out to go scout, to take a little bit of the damage and isolate where those players could be. But now the addition of Lag stepping into the mix could spell quite a bit of disaster coming through for the players from Smash team, or Smash clan rather. But who will have that then, right? Is it going to be an opportunity now for Lag to maybe steal a few of those eliminations from the side of Titan?
Ooh.
Or are Titan going to be able to deal with Smash before Lag can even get there?
Hey, Titans are quick on the trigger, right? So there is an opportunity for them to maybe take a piece. Axel will bow out of the competition for now, and Lag, I think they've gotten what they needed to. They're taking that rotation in, but they are taking that rotation in right alongside Wave. You can see there was the call already. A9Q scouted out the opposition and has given the call that, listen, this might not be the compound we really want to work with. If not, we have to dissect this carefully. So they'll have to just take this bit by bit, nice and careful, and hopefully they might be able to take this compound away from Wave.
Well, it is going to be quite a bit of a struggle, as we can see Wave already on the defensive there. Mexico is going to be the first one down. Petrox keeping a very quiet angle. But Eflex, looking to maybe bring in a bit of a bait play. But this is now going to be up to Lag to see how they will move in. And are they going to keep a full frontal aggression or take a little bit more of a separated and slightly segregated approach moving into this compound? Because Wave, I mean, they are locked, loaded, and ready to rumble.
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer amount of utility they just chucked at Lag as they tried to step into the compound. It gave enough warning signals if I was Lag. We know what's happening. We know we don't really want any piece of it. So yeah, back into the vehicles. Let's rotate on off. We tried, and this is not it for us, boys. Let's just leave, which is fine. We've got URUS also picking up a little bit with VISTA. They have to be aware that there's a few stragglers coming on behind them. A lot of those outer circle engagements now going to happen. We're going to start seeing those eliminations flying, DK.
Ooh, we are definitely going to be seeing quite a few more eliminations coming in. Of course, we can see that feed now starting to pop off as well. But it's still a very touch and go kind of play across the board. We did see, however, Blackjack taking up very centralized positioning within the area. But now if we look what's available here, right, we got Titans in a super exposed play. They're already getting punished for that decision. And there they are, getting sent right on back. But CRYPTICS also then moving in. So this could be an opportunity for Blackjack now to just double down on their efforts.
It would be fantastic opportunities here just to pick up some of those eliminations. We can see URUS again leading with 6 eliminations already. We've got CRYPTICS and Blackjack with 3 apiece each, and that seems to be our rising stars for now, but still plenty of opportunities. We still have got those 13 teams left. It does seem like we are seeing a bit more of an aggressive energy. We're not seeing as many teams making it into these final zones, but that just means more eliminations to go.
But things are looking pretty grim on the southern edge. We can see Wave, Lag, and Smash team now still continuing onwards. And it is down to Rolex. Off they go. And it's the end of the road. Down to 12 teams we go. But Wave, Lag, they've not made any progress, right? They are still in the exact same position. But Lag, they're starting to lose players, right? We can see that not coming through. Yes, we did have Knight now getting raced back in, but that does eat away at the available mets that they've got. They're not in a particularly high loot area, so they need to be very selective with how they take these altercations. And now with the addition of Zone, that is going to be shifting as well. It will allow just that little bit of a creep forward. But the only other compound they can move into is already occupied by Arab Golden.
Ooh. This is why I love... I got interrupted last time just because of crazy shots, but this is why I love this terrain. This is why I love seeing Miramar moving to this section, because we have so many of those little clusters. It's almost like we're in a city battle, but it's so much more open, it's so much more scarce, and teams really have to get creative with the way in which they position themselves. You can see Wave finding a little bit of those peaks, finding those pixel placements there on towards Lag. URUS, interesting rotation for them. VISTA, Mo Esports, they've got Black Hand. I mean, take your pick at this point. Lag, yeah, they went back after the initial warning they got from Wave, and I don't think that the first warning was enough.
Yep, doesn't seem like it was enough, as you know, it is super unfortunate how it all played out, but it's still looking absolutely great for Wave. They still have all their players up. They've got 5 eliminations to their name, and now they can slowly start to try and gain a bit of ground, pushing forward. They've got that ridge to play off of, and if they utilize it properly, they can really get the jump in on the players here from Arab Golden.
Wave Esports picking up those 5 eliminations. I mean, oof. I'm loving what I'm seeing. All of these teams that I was highlighting, they are stepping up to the plate. And here's Triple Esports, like you said. I just needed something. I just need them to get some good results here, DK. Even if it's just some good eliminations, I would be happy. Mo Esports, to see them finally being the aggressors would also make my day.
Yeah, but it's going to be a very, very hard play to make forward as we see URUS now being caught in a very, very exposed angle. Weiss just holding on for dear life, so it is looking quite disastrous. Yes, they've already been able to secure themselves those 6 elims, as we can see on the right-hand side of the screen. But with one player, that really limits the opportunities and the capabilities of what they're able to do here. But I got to say, Mo Esports just locking it in, hunkering down a little bit of hard cover, turning their attention over on towards CRYPTICS and making it also risky for CRYPTICS now to just full send it forward.
Absolutely. Going down that hilltop is suddenly not a great option. I mean, you got Mo Esports, you got Blackjack, who's already finding some success. URUS, Weiss, how are you doing this as a solo, picking up 2 eliminations? Whoa, 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 whoa. I feel like we missed a highlight here. But my goodness, CRYPTICS are still going to continue on forward. We know they love this run-and-gun action. They're going to find Blackhand, and now they're going to turn their attention here towards Blackjack Esports for all the bullying that they were doing earlier.
Yeah, it's just the way that cookie crumbles, but we also now see Weiss getting picked on up as Mo Esports just drove in yet another hit. So, I mean, they're just looking to capitalize on this positioning even more so. We still have Vortex and Paradox keeping nice, steady play. But where are the CRYPTICS going to go? I mean, looking at that western side, there is a bit of opportunity for them to get that extra bit of an advantage, but also still super exposed, as we are yet again reminded of that as Blackjack Hamadi tries to peel back a little bit of that damage bar. But where will it go? As the zone is yet again getting ready to pop, and this could be the kicker. This could be that final bit. The butterfly landing on top of the tower to make everything come crumbling down.
You see, with CRYPTICS, I feel like they're crazy enough that they would honestly just go and hunt Blackjack Esports. I mean, they've got information. They might just still be looking for what's happening out in the vicinity, looking for that right timing, and then just capitalizing. We know that they're so good with those quick executions that this might be the play for them. But for now, they're looking pretty happy, just sticking out on the outskirts, trying to find some information. They know there's a lot of teams out in the vicinity, and they need to get the drop on them. Triple Esports now coming through here from the western side of the zone, spotting out Arab Gold. A little bit of an opportunity. Not that many eliminations to go for them. And Arab Golden, I mean, yeah, it's looking like a bag of donuts right now. So they definitely need to pick up something wherever they can.
Yeah, it's definitely a different game in comparison to what we had happening just yesterday. But it does seem like the teams are trying to play it a lot more cautiously, a lot more calculated. But Wave trying to make a little bit of progression here, trying to cover some ground as they now start to mobilize themselves. They have no other choice. That blue zone is going to be forcing their hand, pushing them forward, but Raad are going to be waiting atop of the ridge. And this could be that great opportunity for Raad also now to push beyond that one elimination that they've got to their name. And what will it be, and will it be possible?
Oh, that initial nade from Raad, and it just continues. Look at the onslaught that Raad and the welcoming that they're giving to Wave Esports. It's literally a copy-paste of what Wave gave to Lag earlier on. So they're just taking a little bit of their own medicine at this point in time. CRYPTICS gets involved as well, looking for any of those third-party opportunities. And this is going to be a 3-way battle.
Well, there we go. Great play coming through from again, but now El Chapo managing to evade that vehicle explosion. Rami also in a position to find that angle. But will they be able to do exactly that? As you can see, CRYPTICS now opting for that 2-1-1 split, trying to play this as best they can manage. I think this is a very, very good call being made by them. As we know, Lazyboy, Senke, 2 very formidable players, and they now full sending it over in towards Raad and potentially even Wave. But there we go, the knock comes through. And that is now CRYPTICS looking to add even more eliminations to their count. But Wave are going to be the next victims up as they push on forward. The vehicle damage coverage coming through, and it is a rush around the rock as their heads continue to fly. Wave now down to potentially 2 as Hemo has been knocked on down, but CRYPTICS reduced to 1. El Chapo now having to cover all that ground and bring in that reinforcement, but will he be able to clutch? It's such a great opportunity, just hiding around the corner. Oh, and Wave pulling into a very dangerous position.
Chopper laying down the law, but it's not going to be enough. Wave do manage to clutch it out by the skin of their teeth, but not long before we see Triple Esports moving in on that territory, already picked up 4 eliminations, and they're looking for 2 more. Petrox just managing to heal on up, but that final shot has to come on through. The nades are absolutely disgusting, as we do see Triple Esports sending Wave back into the lobby, and they've secured themselves the southern portion of the zone.
Wow, that is absolutely devastating for Wave, but what a great run that was coming through for Triple. I mean, you were really hyping them up a little bit, and it looks like they are going to be looking to push on forward. I mean, I would even say you were almost simping, right? It's close. It's a very thin line.
Listen, if that's what it takes for them to perform, I will simp for every single one of these teams.
There we go. All right, so if you want Ez to sim for you, you know what to do. Perform like a beast, and it'll just come naturally. But in the meanwhile, speaking about beasts, we do see the players here from Triple also now trying to cover that southern edge. They got Arab Golden still positioned up ahead, and as we look to the north, it is going to be Blackjack and RUKH now getting ready for a little bit of a showdown. I mean, I wanted to say before, based on the performance yesterday, RUKH almost reminded me. It was reminiscent of what we saw from Titan Gaming coming through back in the fall season, but today it seems like they're off to a little bit of a bumpy start. I mean, it's not the end just yet. There's still a bit of an opportunity, still quite a few plays to be had, but Blackjack now looking to just hunker down over on towards these northern compounds.
Just alongside RUKH Esports. I mean, it's going to take 1 split second, 1 little pixel to showcase, and then we know what's going to be happening. That onslaught is going to be there. Meanwhile, Arab Golden and Triple Esports on the other side trying to take one another out. So we've got a 2-way battle on the other sides of this zone. We say goodbye to Arab Golden, but now it's going to be that choice between RUKH Esports and Blackjack.
Oh, where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? Blackjack still holding on to that 4-piece. RUKH down to 3. But is that going to be the Torrents? Because they still have the positioning. Come on. Who will be able to find that next little bit? But like I said, this is great for Blackjack because we were wanting to see a little bit of a step up come through with these performances. And now this is Blackjack just stepping into their comfort zone as they look to get super aggressive, picking up yet another elimination. That is RUKH down to 2. But let's see if Eugene is going to be able to get anything done. Rami sending out the nades. Ra'at getting packed up. Down to the final 3 we are. But Triple still looking absolutely golden with their positioning all the way down south. Way, way away. Far away, rather, from the damage up in these northern territories.
Oh, it is. What a split this is. RUKH just can't seem to find a little bit of piece of cover. Blackjack just applying the pressure here. And between Blackjack and Triple Esports, I mean, this is a fantastic sentence to say, but they are going to be our runners for the winner chicken dinner on this first Miramar of the day. The 2 teams, I am so happy to see them stepping it up. And RUKH, even to find them in this top 3, I mean, it's been a battle, but they have made it to this point. If they can play their cards right and wait for Triple Esports and Blackjack just to get that engagement, we know Triple Esports is aware of Blackjack, then maybe they could either push for that second or that first place, even depending on how the cards actually do fall.
Yeah, but I don't want to be that guy, but it does seem like Triple have just such a phenomenal position. I mean, they've got the hard cover all the way down on that southern edge. Blackjack, from what we can see, they will have to move on forward as the blue zone now starts to close in. It's going to be a slow progression coming through. It's 50 seconds or so on the clock. There's now that opportunity for RUKH, Blackjack to get themselves squeezed in, but also now Triple to just capitalize and just unlock so much carnage.
Oh, Triple Esports holding on strong, finding RUKH, and it's only down to 1 member remaining now who's trying to flank, who's trying to escape, more like it, away from the onslaught here of Triple Esports, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 1 more shot and that could be all that they've wrote for RUKH Esports, just hiding behind the tire here. Again, 1 pixel sticking out could be the end of RUKH Esports.
Oh,
Yep.
There we go.
Ooh,
There we
close.
go. RUKH down to only 1. I gotta say, some good sprays coming through here from Kimmo, but now the pressure is on, right? Focusing their effort over onto the side. Old Boy also taking a very bold play, moving right on forward, trying to get themselves alongside Blackjack to see what is going to be cooking here, but Icy still playing that slight bit of elevation. Now Blackjack down to 2-piece. It's going to be Zeke and Amodi having to pick it up and push on forward, but I'm trying to get it under lockdown. We have run out of zones. It is now just a matter of moments before that blue zone is going to start closing in. But look at that. Oh, Old Boy goes up in smoke, and down to Zeke it is for Blackjack as they try and quickly bring in that res. MG hunkering down behind that hay bale, but this is that opportunity. This is the chance now for Triple Esports to step up and grab that chicken dinner with all available hands.
Oh, this is it. This is what I've been waiting for. I mean, I was just hoping for a few eliminations, but if they could take the whole cake, then why not? RUKH Esports have done it. I said it. If they could play their cards right, they could have gotten themselves up to second place, and they've done it. It doesn't matter what happens here. They've secured themselves some placements, but those eliminations would have just been the cherry on the cake. At least they take one away from Triple Esports.
Well, there we go. A well-deserved, hard-earned chicken dinner coming over onto its Triple Esports, but we got to say, Eugene, our master hide-and-seek player, unlocking that second place finish, six placement points coming in alongside that and not getting picked up, not getting spotted. So, I mean, big ups. That is quite the play to make.
Honestly, I thought it was done for them. I mean, just that drive they had to take to actually get to that little tire, to get to that little piece of cover. They got there with like a sliver of HP, man. I thought it was done. I thought it was done, but RUKH Esports did it again, coming through second place total. Again, we see that disparity now when we finally do take a look at the match rankings. Yes, they got second place, but that's only, what, 6? 8 placement points?
6 points,
Is that right?
6 points,
six,
yeah.
6
Yeah.
placement points. That's all you get for second place now. With no eliminations, that's all you get. So it's like a catch-22. It's bittersweet. Yes, you get a little bit of something for the team, but you need to get more eliminations if you really want to make it count.
Yeah, and that is good, of course, what is promoting all the aggression coming through from these teams, really having to play it out and look to see what they can unlock along the way. But speaking about unlocking it, of course, we are taking a look at our match points. RUKH Esports unlocking those 20 points, but Titan and Lag both finishing on 13 points apiece.
I don't think this one is correct. we saw it was Triple
It's a different
Esports
one. Yes,
who picked up
There
the
we go.
massive eliminations and the Wood chicken dinner. Their RUKH only picked up 6, so we'll check in back with that a little bit later. But I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to it, yes, RUKH picks up those 6 placement points, but with the amount of teams we saw just hovering over 6 eliminations on their own,
Yes.
they should be way above RUKH Esports, just purely based on those eliminations and whatever other placements they got on top of that. So if we can take a look at it, you've got it. I think you've got it, so you can talk us through it.
So Triple Esports walking away with 11 eliminations to the name, 21 points in total. We had Blackjack picking up 8 eliminations, Wave sitting on 8 eliminations, CRYPTICS sitting on 8 eliminations, URUS sitting on 8 eliminations, 4 teams with 8 eliminations under their belt. So what an insane play, but we'll get to that. Let's take a quick look at the highlights. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Of course, our first map already concluded right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. And we got off to quite an impressive start. We should be taking a look at the exact standings momentarily. But of course, from what we mentioned before, right, the top 5 teams with regards to points looking absolutely crazy, right? They went into beast mode, and of course, speaking about beast mode, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But back to the beast is, as I mentioned, right, Triple Esports with 11 elims up, and then 4 other teams sitting on 8 elims apiece. I mean, it's like something just unlocked in these teams, right? They were just like, you know what, we're going to step out on this battlefield. We're going to go absolutely crazy. We're going to take a sip of Monster and then see what happens next. And I mean, they did it to such an extent that every single team was able to secure a point in this very first game.
It's brilliant to see whether you got it by placement or eliminations. The team's definitely stepping up, and it's good to see not such a wide disparity or one singular team running away with all of the eliminations, or just 2 teams running away with all the eliminations. We're seeing that spread coming through from the teams. I mean, for what you said, 4 teams to pick up over 8, well, or 8 eliminations exactly. That's very good in terms of the balance that we're seeing from these teams. In terms of the competitive spirit, it means that they are at that competitive level where it's anyone's game, and that just speaks volumes for us in terms of the competition as we move into the rest of the days of this week. So I'm glad to see that trend is coming. I said it at the beginning of the map, we need to see that happening because that is the meta now. That is the meta they need to adapt to, and that is the meta they need to employ in their playstyle.
Well, I mean, to put that into perspective, right? So our top 5 teams have secured 43 eliminations. That is 2/3 of the lobby has been taken down by the top 5 teams, right? That is an absolutely insane start to the day. And that was over on towards Miramar. And as we know, our next map that is going to be coming up, we are going to be venturing into a little bit of a different setup, right? Map number 2 is, of course, where we are going to be having a little bit of a taste to see what that Sanhok will bring through. So going from the desert into the jungle, and based on yesterday's Sanhok, it was absolutely exciting with quite a few teams looking to just pop off. It was not as aggressive, but I want to see where the teams are going to be looking to push it towards today, right? Is that going to be that chance now for the teams to go that extra little bit above and beyond?
I think there's a good opportunity here for the teams. You know, I would say that yesterday was almost a little bit more aggressive because we started to see that trend where there were more teams picking up eliminations. It wasn't just one team reigning high. It was sort of similar to what we saw now with Miramar. We had one team that was, yes, reigning high with 1 or 2 eliminations more than the rest, but then you would see those 8s, those 6s, those 5s coming through, which means there was more teams, more battles, more isolated incidences where teams could get eliminations. And that makes sense on Sanhok, where you're so close and clustered together that obviously you're going to hear a fight, you're going to get involved in a third party. It's not like Miramar, where teams can almost isolate the entire lobbies to themselves, as what we saw yesterday. So now I expect much of the same. If anything, I expect there to be more of a balance of eliminations. That would be great for me to see that we can see more teams now picking up points, especially if Sanhok is actually one of the maps they enjoy. I know a lot of players who don't like Sanhok because of how crazy it is, but if it is somehow one of the maps you love, I love it personally because it's, you know, Rumble in the Jungle. It's fun. But for players, if it's the one that they like, then let's bring in that prowess. Let's see them pick up the points now.
Yeah, because it's going to be of the utmost importance, right? I think this is where the importance lies, especially in the first 2 days. It gives you that opportunity to try and get the majority of the groundwork done, lay down that foundation, so it makes it easier for yourself to then push through day 3, day 4, and into that day 5, right? It's easier to pull that momentum, just to extend it that extra little bit. But as we know, right, the teams are just around the corner. They are going to be looking to hop on the plane once again to show us what kind of insanity they are going to be getting up to this time around. So I'm not going to be asking you for any predictions because I only do it in game 1 because why not? You know, just for giggles.
Keeping
I
me on
can't
my
say
toes.
I can't say the other part. It's for the bleep and giggles. But either which way, we'll see what is going to be happening here. And I'm especially curious to see where the first initial zone is going to be going because we know yesterday it took that quick jump all the way up towards the northern territories. So today I want to see something maybe a little bit more towards the southern side, right? Maybe towards like Nakam, Sami, maybe even Camp Charlie, Painan, right? I want to see a potential play happening in that region as well.
We also had a lot of that, splitting of the zone, the final zone at least, either by a street on the map or in the case of Sanhok, we had that river action towards the end. So it would be fun to see a little bit more of that, or maybe we see a little bit of cave action. I'm always keen for a little bit of cave, but we have to get into Sanhok.
Well, we're going to cave under the pressure as we now move in flight path, as we know on Sanhok. It does allow the teams quite good access to just about every single point on this map. You can reach all the way to Tambang, Nakam, as we can see on those far edges. But as also then we have the players from VISTA, we have RUKH, as well as Smash Team and RUKH Esports that are going to be sitting it out. And they will not be rumbling with us just yet. Of course, we have our elimination leaders now starting to slowly trickle on through. Lazy Boy and Koa going into a potential head-to-head there.
Ooh, I love to see that. I mean, at the start of the day, we obviously had Koa as the leader of the eliminations, and now to see Lazy Boy going all the way up from third as the top fragger to potentially first and second between the two of them is going to be fun. But we continue on. It is the focus of eliminations with the new trend of PUBG Mobile. And now on to Sanhok. I'm seeing a lot of close drops. I'm seeing Arab Golden, Blackjack Esports right up alongside each other. A little bit of chaos there towards Cave as well. And GREEDYFORKILLS and MEA Esports over in Pine None. My goodness, DK. We could be seeing quite a lot of early fights with the exact same zone as yesterday. Really?
You know what it is, but of course, what it also then is GREEDYFORKILLS and MEA Esports getting into a little bit of that Pine None altercation. I mean, that one of the compounds, or one of the cities I was referencing, receives a little bit of love. We are going to be seeing a little bit of the action now go down here, and I like this whole Pine None position because a lot of the times we see it being that kind of that midway section, right? The crossing grounds for teams to move from the east to the west or the other way around. But that's not going to be much for GREEDYFORKILLS and the players here from MEA Esports as they want to get right down to business. Already Zuxi, oh, there we go. Sends it out and finds Vortex.
Oh my goodness. MEA Esports. I mean, the amount of times we find them in these early engagements, I want to see it work out for them. I want to see if they can turn this one around, just systematically, slowly but surely, take GREEDYFORKILLS down, take a few eliminations home. We can see Paradox now holding on, at least does have a shotgun in hand. We know shotgun on Sanhok, are usually quite good. Ooh. But in a 1v2 scenario, you only have so many shots.
Yeah, in that situation, the DBS would have come out clutch.
Oh, yes.
But S12K, I mean, yes, it's also shoddy, but it doesn't have it doesn't pack the same bang as we would see come through. But here we go. It's going to be Molly's now flung out as well. And you got to give respect to MEA Esports because in my books, they get an A for effort. They're always super eager to get involved in these altercations. It doesn't always go exactly according to plan, but you still see the effort being brought through as Hainsley now also ventures out. But unfortunately, it is Fivo to just double down with, again, the S12 shots.
Yeah, Shoddy, Sanhok, I mean, come on. GREEDYFORKILLS sticking to their namesake. Only Vortex left as the last remaining member here for MEA Esports to keep the dream alive, to keep them in the Sanhok action. Actually going to be going for the res, going to hear those shots, needs to get off of it, and the jump is going to be there, but DBS, man. DBS.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, Shotties, they just do their thing, but here we go. All the action has now forced Bum Bum to go look for greener pastures elsewhere. As we can see, they're now just trying to create a bit of a gap. But, you know, you can't move too far because down on towards that southern edge is where we will see the players from URUS also occupying that Camp Charlotte, Charlie position. Camp Charlotte, nice.
Hola.
New place. But, of course, as we move back up into those northern territories, the players here from the Mind Weapon are going to be keeping a very close eye on the bridge, and rightly so. They've got a wave just on the opposite end of the water.
So if Camp Charlie is Chala, then does Quarry become Quara? And
yeah, Quara, and then we've got Camp
Banta.
Yeah, and we've got.
Are you just taking the eyes and the wires away from names?
Yeah, and then we got Camp Alpa. You know, you can.
Same, not some.
Yes. Yeah.
We can create code names for all of these Sanhok placements and confuse everyone in chat. I like it.
Yeah,
Let's
we
go.
can go to Bocamp. We can go to Bocamp to see what's going to be happening on that front. You know,
Canberra.
so many. Yeah, I mean,
It's not
pick
even
a name.
Canberra. It's just Canberra. Yeah, Canberra. You
Yeah,
can go to
yeah,
Canberra.
bruh. Yeah, bruh. Let's push.
Yeah, bro.
Let's push. Speaking about pushing, CRYPTICS now pushing up onto the ridge. I mean, you can see a super cautious approach coming through from them here. You can see that 2-2 split now maybe coming into play. And they've been scouting out over on towards the mined weapon. So this could be their opportunity now to strike. And of course, what would Sanhok be without a little bit of a Vespa action coming in as well?
Of all the vehicles you could have picked up, of all of them, thank you for taking the Vespa. Thank you, El Chapo. We appreciate you. But we can see a little bit of rotations coming on through. Virtual Gaming just up ahead. The Mind Weapon now going to be hearing the Vespas and shaking in fear because they know what that means. It means it's CRYPTICS. It means it is the onslaught. FBI open up as CRYPTICS comes on in and just picks up anyone they can find. But it's not over yet. The Mind Weapons still have a bit of a retort. Beautiful nade onto Marshall. And now the change around needs to be here for Max because as the only member standing, I don't know, DK, about you, I would run. I would leave.
Yes, I would run to the max. I would try and put as much of a gap in between here, but it is going to be Lazy Boy now stepping out with DBS and Max not even being able to get anywhere as one knock just reaches in and ends their role right there. Meanwhile, it is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad also now pushing up on CRYPTICS, looking to see if they can maybe capitalize with a little bit of that surprise element that they have to their favor here.
We do love to see a little bit of that third-party action. To be able to take CRYPTICS off a map like Sanhok would be quite a bonus here for Virtual Gaming. We know they would love to pick up some of those eliminations. We can already see the spread coming through. Senke just keeping an eye out on what is happening to their teammates. So a little bit of scouting information. We know that CRYPTICS like to run that 3-1 situation they're on towards Sanhok. Even before we saw the blue zone changes, now it's just for a different purpose. It's for that information, it's for that mobility and that positional play. For Virtual Gaming now, it seems like things are quieting down. Doesn't look like they're going to get engaged just yet. On the other end of that bridge, it is Wave Esports, though, who could pick up maybe a straggling hit on towards CRYPTICS. For the rest, also, it's just getting into zone, DK. Not like there's a very far journey for them, but to get in zone would be nice.
And it's going to be absolutely quite essential for the World of Battle and Blackjack to get well ahead of that blue zone, because this is definitely not something that you want to be doing too much of on Sanhok. But here we have it. It is going to be the Virtual Gaming shot. Virtual Gaming squad, rather, going up against CRYPTICS. Fair trade on either side. Nox heading in both directions. But who's going to be the team to come out on top? Is it going to be Diwas and Malek? Or will it be Lazy Boy and Marshall? Oh, beautiful throw coming through there from Malek as it reaches in, but now comes the push. Will this be Diwas? Yes, up comes the confirmation. One down, a few more to go. Up comes yet another nade, just eating away at that health bar, and the pressure is on as Virtual Gaming Squad need to continue to push forward.
Oh, this is gorgeous. They got Senke coming in from that rotation. Now it's only Lazy Boy, and a beautiful crossfire is going to secure Virtual Gaming not only this position, but the eliminations as well. Unfortunately, it is short-lived as that zone has moved on, as we know, all the way to Camp Alpha, and they need to get a move on. But at least a little bit of extra loot, a little bit of extra eliminations is going to do wonders on a map like Sanhok. And to take CRYPTICS out, I mean, bravo. We know what CRYPTICS are capable of. Looking at this wonderful collection here towards the east, we've got Arab Golden, Vampires, Timeout. I mean, they're just having a party.
Oh yes, they're having quite a bit of a party, and we could even see a bit of that third-party action maybe coming through as well. But I don't think it's going to be happening anymore, as we only have 2 teams. We need 3 for that to be true. But Timeout, they have a slight bit of an advantage here. They've got the zone closer to them. First, they have to cover and close that gap. But Abdul now finding all the hits. Oh, well, there we go. A quick response getting sent across as Broly gets taken right on down. But Abdul now needs to just try and find a good anchor point to secure the rest of the team's rotation forward.
Oh, Lag also falling to the drink there a little bit, losing a member by member. They're down to only 1 in blue. Back here to Timeout, holding the line. Nice little nade going to be sent on through. Does quite a bit of damage, but that blue zone is just going to force the issue. Titans, they now need to play with a few parameters, but they seem to be good with it. Desha going to be finding Broly, Arab Golden, giving space to the situation because timeout, they just have such a wide spread they need to take care of. They're going to be able to find one of the flanks, but there's still two members that can work with the crossfire here. Maybe take out Broly, maybe disengage, or maybe continue this engagement out in the blue, which I wouldn't recommend. That zone damage is just going to start ticking and ticking.
Yep, that is definitely not the kind of position that you want to find yourself in. And I'm curious to see at what point timeout are going to be deciding to disengage and prioritize their positioning, because the blue zone is not kind to anybody. But here we go. It's going to be Arab Golden now slowly advancing forward. But I like the fact that timeout is making it quite difficult for them to have a slightly more comfortable push. But, you know, who wants comfortable? You're in the jungle. You need to step up and meet what the jungle is throwing towards you. And Desha Hazard slowly running out of meds. But are they going to be able to at least secure these final few plays?
I'm not sure if the play at this point in time is to just limit Arab Golden to pick up as many eliminations as they can out in the blue, even if it means them going down without moving onto zone, just so that they can prioritize this potential team wipe. I'm not sure if that's what they're focusing on, because it definitely doesn't seem like they're playing for longevity. They're not playing to get back into the zone at this rate. With the amount of utility they have, I would need a rotation now if they do want to get themselves still into that next zone. I mean, we can see slowly but surely those mids will be running out. Arab Golden now going to take that push. They can't sustain this blue zone any longer, and Hazard cooking a nice little nade is going to throw it a little bit too soon. Give up the position. A few shots going on through. Arab Golden down to a sliver of HP. A little bit of a backup comes in, and Arab Golden holding on to only 2.
Come on, Hazard, keep on pushing. It's just quality and wanted now left up ahead, but is this going to be on the book? Oh, the health bar so low. The blue zone doing a lot of the damage. And off they go. Time out. Getting timed on out. And Arab Golden now in a world of trouble. They now need to find a way to get themselves all the way back into the safety of that zone. Meanwhile, GREEDYFORKILLS, they're going to be looking to make a push on forward. They've already tried to take a bit of a swing over onto the players here from URUS. We can see RUKH just up ahead, trying to recover that health bar once again. But this is URUS now, or URUS rather, in a world of trouble, right? Only down to 1, and they've only been able to find 1 single elimination.
Yeah, look, it's looking tough. I mean, we're down to stage 3 now, phase 3 of the blue zone, and we've been reduced to 9 teams, 32 players. We've just had players dropping left, right, and center. That last zone shift was absolutely chaotic. We lost so many players in the transition, and so many more with trying to find their position in zone. Titans now finding another straggler in the form of Blackjack Esports out in the drink, trying to find their feet on land, and unfortunately, I don't think it will be that easy. AXA keeping a keen eye on this ridgeline, finding one, looking for a bit more. Zeke taking a few shots, but they at least do have Phonics, who might find, and they don't! P6, wow. My goodness!
Come on, Zeke, try and get it. Oh, no, it's not on the cards, but fortunately, Hamadi lends a bit of a helping hand. And now the fighting will continue. But this is where I'm super worried about Hamadi's position, because he needs to push out of that waterway. As we can see, Titans, they've got this angle under lockdown. They are just patiently waiting. And Teak, however, is now going to move forward, look to lock in those final few bits. And this could spell quite a bit of disaster now for Blackjack.
And I think that's the final angle that they need onto Hamadi. Unfortunately, if T can get these 2 confirmations, I'm feeling like we're looking at the Titans of old. You know, the Titans we've been waiting for. We were waiting for them yesterday, and today we're finally seeing a little bit more of that dominating spirit. We'll see if they can continue it. Hamadi out in the blue. Looks like they might just be looking to try and deny Titans of that final elimination. Maybe see if they can get to land, but nope, that's going to be it. At least, like we said, Hamadi did deny Titans that 1 extra elimination. So there's something to go for it. And Arab Golden and URUS now moving on in. RUKH is going to have a little bit of company.
Well, I gotta say, if you are Titan Gaming, you'd be smiling at this point, because that is such a glorious shift coming through with that zone. As we look onto the edge, it is going to be Arab Golden now just trying to ride that blue storm, trying to get up ahead, but it is going to be quality to be picked up. Broly having to patch themselves back together. Oh, yep, as expected. That extra bit of a surprise, just pushing over the hilltop, and that of course comes through from the side of GREEDYFORKILLS. And again, like this elevation, these angles just paying off great dividends to the teams.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I mean, just look at the point of view they have on so many teams. It is going to be crucial depending on how that zone shifts on through. And again, I mean, it's heartbreaking. Just as you think that they've made it, just as you think Arab Golden is in the clear, being able to res themselves up, just making it ahead of the blue zone. Bam, a couple of stray shots, move on through, and you can't rest for a moment in PMPL Africa. The competition just is too high at this moment in time. We do see GREEDYFORKILLS and Titans leading currently with those eliminations, 7 apiece, DK. And we're seeing a good spread of eliminations otherwise. I mean, Wave and Arab with 4. We've got Virtual Gaming Squad with 3. So this is a much better spread than when compared to the likes of Miramar, and very similar to what we saw in yesterday's Sanhok.
Yeah, I have to agree on that, and I'm curious to see just how far these teams are going to be willing to push it, come through into these next few stages. Still 8 teams left, and looking at Sanhok, that does mean that there's quite a few possibilities, but it is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad now who starts to run out of those opportunities as they've been reduced down to 2. It is DWAS and Malik now sticking to the side of the cliffs, but it's going to be a little bit of a dangerous trek trying to get down. But the nice thing is, at least the slight bit of a passage that we have just alongside them here, just north of where they currently are, it will allow them good access to move down and get off of this extra bit of elevation, because once that shift is in, there's no way to get down. But up comes GREEDYFORKILLS, and they're going to be looking to apply all the pressure. DBS comes out swinging, the shots connect, but unfortunately, DWAS does not make it out. Now, up comes Malik. All the pressure just riding on their shoulders. And I think the best call here for Malik would potentially maybe look to try and get away, but it doesn't seem to be the case, as they've now also taking a little bit of fatal damage.
Oof, the one more nade, at least the heal up is there. That nade's going to be sent on through, just taking the HP bars down to where they just got them back up. Come on, man. Looking at this now, GREEDYFORKILLS holding the line. We do see that final kill steal here from Blackhand all the way from the west. Oh my goodness. That's from the north. That is all the way from the top of Camp Alpha. That is cheeky.
I mean, RUKH, what? That is quite an insane shot, and that was done with an M4. I mean, GG's, that is quite a bit of a flex, if I can say the least. But there we go. Plaza now also getting found as GREEDYFORKILLS turn their attention right over on towards Black and RUKH. Now having the opportunity to bring that res on through, but Koa's already snuck themselves on forward. But here we go, Rauf.
There we go.
Setting up the trap, and that is wanted now, meeting a very abrupt end.
Well, I mean, 1v1, you know, it was going to go either way, but I'm loving these cheeky plays coming through from the teams. You can see Triple Esports meeting an untimely situation here as GREEDYFORKILLS are moving on in, finding a beautiful amount of damage and potential eliminations. But we'll see. For now, they can hold on. GREEDYFORKILLS with a great line of sight onto Triple Esports. URUS, I mean, even Titans moving in, they might be able to see a great line of sight onto their position. And they're holding strong in this position. For how much longer they can stay here is going to be the question.
Look at that, GREEDYFORKILLS staying true to their name, already hitting those double digits.
Ooh.
But now, Triple, I mean, a very centralized positioning, and I think this is a little bit of a risky play because they are somewhat limited with their line of sight onto the surrounding teams. We can see, obviously, GREEDYFORKILLS having that beautiful elevation to play from. Wave are going to be looking to bring a little bit of a disruption to that positioning. But now Blackhand also there, so this just adds to the pressure that Triple Esports could experience along the way. But now it's GREEDYFORKILLS looking to return the favor. They want to reach over in towards Wave and bring a bit of a halt to their advantage back in the zone.
Esports just trying to duck it down, holding the position. They still have a good amount of numbers and they want to keep it that way, at least for as long as they possibly can. That zone shift is really going to give a little bit of an opportunity here to Titans and Triple Esports. Unfortunately for GREEDYFORKILLS, we said this beautiful position they have, they're now going to have to give it up. They now need to descend and find a better position. Some compounds still available, but we know there is danger lurking in these parts of Sanhok right now.
Well, let's see how much danger there will be. GREEDYFORKILLS. This could be either a big brain play or it could be a super, super risky one. I mean, the only way I see them coming down is going to be with a bit of a sudden rotation. It does seem like they are sticking to the rocks, right? They don't want to move just yet. They want to try and play that position as long as they possibly can. And that could actually potentially prove quite fatal for them.
Blackhand still in the conversation. Still trying to just keep a little bit of GREEDYFORKILLS' attention, right? They're just, peeking and prodding, maybe throwing a couple of shots. They also need to move themselves into zone from that northern position, and now with their positions exposed to GREEDYFORKILLS, maybe GREEDYFORKILLS will stick around, leave one behind to try and just bully Blackhand into their position. We can see that descent coming through. Titan is going to be spotting them out. A lot of damage dealt, and I am not sure if GREEDYFORKILLS will make it.
Well, at least there was a beautiful call being made, utilizing the vehicle to get off of that height. Fortunately for them, they had one at their disposal, but now comes that next bit of a push. GREEDYFORKILLS secured over onto the east. They only have RUKH just there alongside them, of course. A little bit of that Koa action. Now just hanging in the wing all the way up in the north, but that is triple right out of here as they get traded on down. Down to our final 5 teams we go. Where will this one lead towards? As you can see, GREEDYFORKILLS now trying to just assess this whole situation. Titans still going to be looking to play a little bit of the elevation, applying a lot of pressure now over on towards Wave. And this is Wave now caught in a very, very exposed spot. One knock, actually having most of the pressure riding on their shoulder here.
Ironically, though, with that zone shift, it does give them a little bit of breathing room because now Titans has to push on into them. So if they can play the timing right, they might be able to take Titans out, even with all of the pressure they've been applying to their position. So smokes will be deployed as they wait for that eventual rotation coming on through, just keeping an eye out on the ridgeline. In the meanwhile, GREEDYFORKILLS taking massive control of the compounds right behind them, so they have to keep their heads on a swivel.
Let's see how much swiveling there will be done here. As Bancha, moves forward. Zeke with the long-range nade. Finding that pinpoint accuracy. But now comes that full-on Titan rush. And there we go. The nade to close it up as Teak finds the last one. And that is now a healthy dose of 11 eliminations to their name. GREEDYFORKILLS sitting on 12 to their name. And URUS now also just representing there, holding on to that potential third place finish, but doing so with 3 eliminations up. And I mean, this is a 1v3v3 play for that winner chicken dinner.
Man, I've missed a little bit of that Titan action. They are back, baby, and GREEDYFORKILLS are not far off. Holding the line, currently leading in terms of those eliminations and looking to be the winners. At least they're going to be trying their best. RUKH, I mean, talk about the journey this player has had to take just to get to this position. And again, opportunity here to play the cards right, to get a good placement. But maybe what I really want them to focus on is to steal an elimination or 2.
Ooh, let's see if that's going to be on the cards as Titan now come under fire. It is Puncher getting knocked down. Teak trying to quickly lend a helping hand. Fivo ducking this way and that. Also not being scared. But look at this. RUKH so close to being in a world of trouble. If only they knew, if only Fivo was to move on forward, that would be the end. But here we go. It's going to be P6 now, just riding the edge, trying to play the wall. We've run out of phases, and now it's all down to this final bit. Who will be able to ride the storm to victory? Titans slowly starting to crumble as they are getting picked up one by one, but the same can be said here for GREEDYFORKILLS, and now the push comes through as P6 has got their eyes set on Zuxi. But will he be able to lock it in? Oh, up comes the push. Vivo not trying to dance this way and that. Out they come with the S-off. Quay not landing a single hit. There we go. P6 also ripping it up with the S12. Now it is a 3v1 push between GREEDYFORKILLS and Titans, and the Tinkers are getting punched left, right, and center. RUKH steps up, gets the kill, and that is Teak on down now. As we are moving in, down goes Titans, RUKH riding the storm and clutches it out the solo. Makes it to the end. Absolutely insane finish.
I have the biggest smile on my face right now. RUKH, what a gorgeous play, and it worked out so well for them. Titans moving in closer and closer to close that gap. They pushed themselves up ahead of RUKH. No one cleared that building. There were 4 people that had opportunities to clear that building, and not a single person went inside up until RUKH stood up, took down P6, and then just the turnaround to get the second and the third. Steal the winner chicken dinner. I mean, I was hoping just for them to steal, 1 or 2 eliminations, maybe then stay quiet and maybe get placements, but no, it was not good enough. I said you can't sleep on URUS Esports. Whoever flamed me on Instagram for that prediction, take it.
Yes. You heard it. Ez said it, and I mean, URUS just stepping up and just doubling down with another insane clutch. I mean, who would have known? Who would have thought that RUKH is going to look to just play the play that they did right there? But again, right, it was such an insane performance also in coming through from Titan Gaming and the players there from GREEDYFORKILLS. Both teams heading well beyond those 10 eliminations each.
No, look, that Sanhok was absolutely wild. I mean, the fact that we have two teams averaging double-digit eliminations, this is what we expect on Miramar. So it's hilarious to me that on the Miramar heavy day, that is when we have Sanhok heavy eliminations. I mean, come on. But I'm here for it. I'm loving these teams changing it up. I mean, that final zone was an absolute treat. There was a constant shift of who was getting zone blessed. It wasn't really biased to any single side, and that's what led to such a fantastic finish.
I mean, it was quite a phenomenal play. But of course, we are going to take a quick look at the highlights from this past match just to relive everything yet again. Well, I mean, again, it's just such an insane performance. I mean, I was looking at the chat a little bit, and I mean, someone even said that was like a 1 million IQ play coming through right there. And I can't even disagree with that because, I mean, RUKH had so much success in that one particular spot, right? We did see, who else was it that ventured right in towards them? I believe it was Arab Golden, if I'm not mistaken, that moved, that just ran into that building. It could have been someone else, but I think that might have been who it was. I mean, they just rushed forward and RUKH was just like, oh, thank you so much for coming. And that's the end, right? And then just copy, paste, repeat, take the winner chicken dinner while you're at it, you know, might as well.
It's wild. I still can't fathom how the pieces so perfectly fell into place there for RUKH. I mean, in terms of the positioning, in terms of the timing, that it could not have been more perfect. And as we take a look at those match rankings, you see GREEDYFORKILLS still leading the pack, with Titan Gaming following just with 1 point, but URUS Esports in 3rd place, 3 points behind our double-digit elimination leaders, just off of that play.
That's 13 apiece. That is absolutely insane. And yes, only 3-point difference between that 3rd and 2nd place. But then we got to look at Wave Esports, right? They also stepped it up, securing themselves those 6 eliminations and locking in a total of 10 points. It was a pretty spicy play, but as we look over onto the 2nd page, this is where we see a drop-off come through in those points, right? A lot more of the donuts now coming through as we see Lag, Vampires, the Mind Weapon, and MEA Esports, unfortunately, not being able to accrue any points.
Yeah, look, it has come to be expected when you have 2 teams, 3 teams, I guess in this case, picking up that many eliminations. It makes sense, right? There's not really enough to go around, unfortunately. But it is good to see that we're seeing teams, you know, stepping it up. It's good to see Titans back again. You know, we've waited for that sort of dominating presence that we know is synonymous with Titans, especially on a map like Sanhok. So it's good to see them back in the usual form. Honestly, as for GREEDYFORKILLS, I mean, they've been sticking to their namesake. I don't think they could have chosen a more perfect name.
Yep, that seems to be very, very fitting. But of course, as we know, that is our 2nd map done and dusted, which means up next, we're heading right back into the desert to see what the teams are going to be doing over on Miramar as we move into the next game. But before that, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
زون نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ. لا 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 لا.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. So far our first two games have gotten off to an absolutely smashing performance. The teams have just popped off and gone absolutely crazy. And of course we'd love to hear what your thoughts are. So let us know on social media. You just saw the links. So hit us up on Facebook as well as on TikTok. And you can also just leave a message in the chat to tell us what you think of your particular team's performance so far. But we're, of course, moving closer to heading over in towards the desert. We're trying to get ready for a little bit of that Miramar action. I mean, based on what we've seen already today and what we saw in yesterday's games, I think we're going to be in for yet another absolutely insane ride once again.
Absolutely. I mean, just based on what we saw there with Sanhok, I mean, if Titans are back in the game and they're going to bring that dominating force into Miramar, ooh, it's going to be spicy. But GREEDYFORKILLS right back at with it, and we have to go back to it. URUS Esports that are, oof, the clutch of the century, honestly, like highlighted. I mean, if this was one of the options that we could have chosen as, you know, the voted highlight clip for, you know, if it wasn't just for VIKHVND, this would be one of them that I would put up. It would be the double nade from Koa, and it would be this. It's ridiculous how perfect that was. But on to Miramar, what to expect and what to see. I mean, I'm waiting for another team to step up in such a bold fashion that what we saw with GREEDYFORKILLS, Titans, CRYPTICS, if it's still possible at this point. I feel like everyone is just stepping up at the same time, that it might not be possible for that much longer to have such a disparity in terms of eliminations that you can take everything for yourself anymore, because everyone has to go for the fights.
Well, one thing that I want to see is, right, I'm taking a look now at the points that we had from the previous season. At this exact point, right, prepping for our second Miramar of the day. So way back then, URUS, then called Seoul Esports, came second with 11 eliminations to their name on Miramar, right? The second Miramar of the day. Now, I want to see a similar kind of performance coming through from them as well. And also, one of the other teams that we have was the players coming through from the side of, well, Triple Esports, but we're not going to be having them. Well, we do have them in the lobby. So both teams from the previous season that performed quite well on the second Miramar all the way back on day number 2. I want to see how they're going to step up and what efforts they're going to bring in. Are we going to be seeing a little bit of that that momentum that has been pretty evident coming through between that first day and, of course, into today's matches? Are we going to have that carry through? Is that going to be the case as we step over on towards Miramar? Or will we see something completely different happen?
I think it's difficult to look, we've been saying this, and it's not because I'm too afraid to give my prediction. It is very difficult to try and predict which team is going to be the next one stepping up, because it's been so dependent on those zones because of the engagement theory, because of that new meta that we're taking based on the zones the teams are picking fights. And because they're picking more fights, it means position is not as great towards the end, which means, you know, your teams that were more consistent with positioning aren't going to be that anymore. It is going to come down to the teams who are the most successful in winning a fight. And we know you can't win every fight. It doesn't matter how good you are. You're not going to win every fight you ever take. It's just, it doesn't happen, unfortunately. If you did, you would be every single year's PMGC winner. So, just saying. But as it takes now, I would say for Miramar, because we have so much more space, I'm waiting still for that consistency. I'm still waiting for a team to showcase that they're going to be the ones always, you know, trying to fight for that top 5. I don't want to say top 3 because it's a bit of too much of a high bar with all the crazy meta changes, but just at least consistently in top 5, racking up points, and staying on that overall leaderboard.
Well, speaking about racking up points and staying on the leaderboard, right? I want to see what Mo Esports are going to be bringing through in this game as well, right? I mean, again, today we've seen some great initiatives being brought forward by them, but I want to see them now follow through, right? Not only have a great idea, but have a great execution on that play. And of course, they have a great opportunity coming through with this flight path. So I definitely want to see what they can get up to in this game.
Definitely so. It's for Mo Esports. It's the same thing over and over and over. We find them split up, but they've started to drop a lot tighter. So we've seen a little bit of that indication. Even if they do get picked on early on, they have a little bit of that backup now. So they've already fixed one of the two problems that we saw earlier. Now it's just a case of maybe just avoiding the initial engagements until you're ready to actually take that fight. Getting yourself looted up first is crucial to having a good engagement and taking a good fight. And for them, they're always caught off guard with a team just swooping in, trying to take them out before they even have a chance to pick up something, worthwhile to be able to fight back. So, yeah, they fixed the dropping issue. Now just, I guess, getting a better drop site.
Well, I mean, speaking about drop site, look at the spread though, right? It's a very, very deja vu-ish kind of flight path to what we had in one of our Miramars from just yesterday. But yeah, I'm gonna say I want to see more esports, right? We got Skydo there, right? I know Skydo. I've seen Skydo play quite a bit. We know by now that's the kind of approach that they take, right? We've seen Hainsley also play. We've seen Vortex. We've seen Paradox. We've seen the whole entirety of Mo Esports. But now we want to see how they're going to be able to utilize the positioning they find themselves in. Are they going to be able to capitalize on that extra bit of elevation that they have in and around those mountains towards that power grid positioning? Because if they are capable of doing that, especially now that they are smack dab center zone, that could be an absolutely golden ticket for them.
Yeah, like I don't want to make it sound like the splitting up is the like, oh, because you split up you can't play PUBG Mobile. No, that's not the case. I mean, Smash Esports plays pretty much the exact same way. They're currently very much split up there towards the northern side of Miramar. They're sitting there towards Creative Fields. They're all on their own, currently looting up the smaller. It's not an issue with the strategy. It's just, like I said, those initial engagements, they constantly seem to be the issue because they are literally surrounded by so many teams who just seem to be taking that rotational path in. So I like this drop side from them. It's again already a change that we're seeing, and Power Grid is a very good position if you can hold it. So I'm very excited to see what they bring into this Miramar, and I'm going to keep my eyes on that, just like I'm keeping my eyes on what is happening in Los Leones. We've got 3 teams that are just having their own little time. They've each chosen their apartment building. They're currently setting up their cribs, man, to give a tour. And it's just, it's bizarre to see all of these teams so close to each other.
I mean, but that's what they've decided on, and that's what they're going to stick to. And, here we go, as it is going to be Blackjack, Wave, and Arab Golden situated up in towards the lovely Los Leones. Oh, what a nice scenic show that is coming through. All the way down in towards Puerto, where we see the team from Triple going about their business. And what's interesting to note for this game is we're not seeing anybody really landing on someone else's toes, right? All the teams respecting the drop locations, respecting those spaces. But as we get closer to that second stage, that is where a little bit of that is going to go out the window. Teams are going to be looking to start locking in a few more points, locking in that aggression, rotating in for positioning. And it's going to be a tough decision to make because already so many of those prime positions within the current zone, it's already occupied.
It's either occupied or it's also there's a lot of the positions on the outskirts of the zone, that entryway into the zone that's been taken up. I mean, for Lag, as an example, coming through from Impala, if they do a straight shot into the zone, straight through potentially La Bandita or Minas Generales, they will be meeting Vista Gaming. And if they go a little bit more south, they meet this crazy, wild Los Leones, stare down that we have going. And if they go more north, it's the Mind Weapon and RUKH Esports. And then even further up, it's Virtual Gaming. So their entrance, they have one little sliver between Los Leones and La Bandita that if they take that one particular sliver, they will be safe. So it's going to be a fun challenge for them to make that rotation in, but thankfully they do this a lot more regularly than we do. So they have some tricks up their sleeves to be able to make that happen. And I mean, the same can be said for all of the teams we find on the outskirts of the zone. Triple Esports specifically, very curious to see where they're going to rotate, right? Because if they go from Puerto Paraiso, also, they can't do a straight shot into Los Leones. Way too many teams there. So do they go more south to Titans?
Ooh. It could be an option, but looking at Triple, I think that they are going to be moving. If you look at the zone, you know, picture it in your mind down to where Titans drop. You got that little bit of a road that moves along the coast, and then pulls up a little bit, heading in the direction of Chumacera. I think somewhere around about that junction area, that is where I think Triple Esports are going to be looking to move towards.
That would be an interesting option. It's going to come down to the timing, I think, because we can also see one of the teams maybe leaving Los Leones in the southern position and then just running into them. We have a little bit of a mountain shakedown. We don't have monster trucks on the mountains. This is this is against the law. You know,
Yes,
you said yesterday.
This is Monster Hill.
Monster Mountain, whatever you want to call it. You need a monster truck if you want to go on the mountain. What's happening? But it's okay. A little bit of a stare down, just getting some good information. The team's now finding their positions in. Oh, greedy for kills. What? Yeah. Ra'ad had one or two players just isolated. Wow.
Yeah, that's how you deal with the scouts. And Fivo now quickly dispatching themselves up before maybe taking another swing at Rami. But you gotta appreciate what Greedy for Kills are doing here. I mean, they're so quick with those reactions. They spot the movement, they see the opportunity, and they jump and they grab it with both hands.
No, it's again. I can't think of the better name for this team. Whoever made the name, I mean, kudos to you. Mo Esports, hello, welcome. Let's see a little bit of the action here. It's, as they say, hello to Zuxi. No confirmation just yet. CRYPTICS is going to make a pass right below their territory. But Mo Esports keeping an eye on the prowl. They do have at least one out in the open doing a little bit of scouting action. We'll wait and see how that can pan out for them. But for now, it's just about scouting out that opportunity, getting that information, seeing where the opposition is lying. And then again, that mobile strategy that we've seen so much, just staying mobile, staying constantly changing position and trying to take hold of as much information as possible.
Yeah, but that mobility option is going to be pretty tough here for Triple. As we can see, Morteza, also now coming under fire there. Quite a bit of a reduction in that health bar. But look at this wave. Now just assaulting them in very close succession. Morteza about to run out. There we go. Yeah, Triple in a world of trouble. And their final hope is now just trying to make a break for it. They're going to be looking to put a lot of distance. And that is Old Boy. I mean, Old Boy, a strong player. But we want to see just how far and where Old Boy is going to be looking to move towards.
This is exactly what I was worried for Triple Esports. I mentioned what happens if one of the teams from Los Leones decides to also take a southern approach, and that's exactly what Wave did. They went down south from Los Leones, tried to take that exact same pathing that Triple Esports did. Triple Esports ran into them, and obviously weren't ready for it because Wave were already situated and waiting for those rotations. So Wave, perfect opportunity for them to pick up some beautiful eliminations, and now it is the chaos. It is Miramar. We have so many teams still alive, all of them still alive in some capacity, trying to get themselves into the zone now. Triple Old Boy right in the center as a solo is going to have a lot of company real quick.
Yeah, this is where things are going to be getting a little bit more interesting. Arab Golden also now just venturing further and further into the zone. And I'm actually curious to see whether or not Arab Golden are going to try and maybe get a position over on towards that southeastern side. It could allow them a bit of an opportunity to wrap around the side here of Blackjack. But look at that, NG taking a lot of the third-party damage. Not quite sure where those hits were coming from.
Wanted, I think.
Yeah, Wanted with the beautiful off-angle positioning here. But they got to be careful because Vista's moving in right behind them.
No opportunity really. MG still just in the onslaught. No opportunity to get out of here. But Arab Golden, I like what they're doing. They've spent a lot of time now trying to get this elimination onto MG. It's not quite panning out. They get a little bit spooked with all of the rotations coming in from the back line, and they recover. They reposition to make sure that they're not giving up too much information to anyone in the surrounding vicinity. MG, somehow, someway, still alive.
Let's see what is going to be on the cards here. Arab Golden also fighting a strong fight. Ooh, that looks nice, but here we go. It's not about vehicle skins, it's about having that position and being able to control it. But look at this. VISTA sneaking in from behind Kaka. Just hitting the shots home. And I mean, I love this coming through here from the VISTA. But I want to see what the Mozaro and the rest of the team are going to do. Will they push up for a little bit of that elevation similar to what Mozaro is going to be doing? Because this is what is kind of needed in this region, looking at how hillish the terrain is.
Yeah, again, we put ourselves in a situation where there is a little bit of that hellish terrain, but there's also a lot of open spaces. We have so many high grounds that have, as you can see, just a beautiful line of sight into this valley of open territory that's absolutely terrifying if you do find yourself making a rotation in. As you can see, RUKH just taking shot after shot after shot. It's expected, right? Now for the rest of the teams, they need to fight for any leftover territory here as they nestle in right alongside each other. We can see CRYPTICS and the World of Battle doing exactly that. CRYPTICS with a great compound in the center of the zone, but they have to hold that. They have to hold that and keep that away from everyone else that might try and take it away from them.
But an interesting position that we are seeing also is going to be Smash Team all the way up in that northwestern territory. And now they've got smooth sailing potentially up in towards those Picardo Hills. But down south is where the carnage is going to be. Also with the VISTA Virtual Gaming Squad and the opposition they have here, right? RUKH holding a steady angle, trying to play these ridge lines. And that is a lot of the kind of gameplay that we expect to see come through over on Miramar, right? The terrain really allows you quite a bit of mobility, moving through so many threatening positions. And speaking about threatening, Titans, they could pose quite a bit of danger now for CRYPTICS.
They can pose a danger for a lot of teams with the angles that they're working with right now. I mean, RUKH, they're taking a rotation in here from the western side, just off to the left of Titans. To the right, obviously, we can see it is Wave Esports out in the open. Those monster wheels, they are big and they are good targets right now. So the rotation that Wave are going to make, it's going to be a risky one. If they do want to make that dash over to triple, to wherever they would like to go, it is going to come with a lot of risk. At least now they have some time to just wait it out and relax while we wait and see who else is going to be finding such a terrifying position like Titans have.
I mean, speaking about terrifying, look at Old Boy. Just isolated here.
I would be terrified if I was Old Boy.
We got a Wave almost knocking at the door just on the opposite side of the road. But I think this is where the position coming through from potentially Arab Golden, CRYPTICS, and Blackjack could be a bit of a saving grace for Old Boy. But as you can see now, those hits really getting drived in as Wave's vehicle starts to get hit. And this is the kind of play that we want to see. But interesting enough, also Titans, they've now opted for a 2-2 split, really looking to make the most out of the terrain.
No, it's a very interesting idea here. Now they have a little bit of that mobility, they can get some of that information and maybe just spread out their approach, right? Maybe just get a bit more control over this position that they've found. It would be interesting, but we see RUKH taking that rotation on in, now in zone. They find themselves, which is a great change of pace. But unfortunately, they are very close to quite a number of teams just up ahead of them. It is the World of Battle who have taken a compound and are sitting quite pretty, waiting for those rotations in. If they do continue in this route that we can see again taking, obviously GREEDYFORKILLS lie and wait for them. And just up ahead of them, it is Mo Esports and Smash.
Yeah, that's going to be a very dangerous rotation for RUKH. But speaking about dangerous, look at Arab Golden now pushing up on Blackjack here. Oh, there we go, Brody. Not going to wait around for any utility to get sent this way or that. Instead, they breach, they push, and they get the knocks done. Now it is down to Phonics and MG. Position just up ahead, but make too much noise. And CRYPTICS could come just lurking over that hill. That is Zeke also getting confirmed. And now all the pressure turning down on towards MG and Phonics. But I love this position being played by Arab Golden, just utilizing their numbers, utilizing the positioning, and applying so much pressure now onto Blackjack.
Yes, yes, yes. Keep it going. This is what we need from these teams. Taking those engagements and forcing the hand of their competitors. Exactly what we want from this meta. And Arab Golden so far, they're doing quite well. It's just now trying to find the right timing. If they do want to make that push in, we can see Vista Gaming is going to make it harder for them to actually find a good angle. They can't push over to Blackjack territory. They have to wait it out. They have to try and take just control of the territory around them and all of the competitors that are just peering in, trying to get a piece of the action.
This is a very tough play to make. Especially if you're Blackjack in this position. Arab Golden not going to be wasting any time as MG gets taken down. Ooh, here we go. The breach about to happen. Quality going to come knocking on the door. Oh, here we go. The first one falls. Oh, a beautiful bait and switch as they rush around. And now it is a full send. Unfortunately. Ooh. I thought Phonics got taken down instead. Now just popping off. Quick reload on that UMP, picking up 3 of the Arab Golden players. But here we go. Oh my goodness.
No.
Phonics on
No,
fire.
no. We just had Rauf. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I need to. I need to break
I
this
think
down.
that's the thing today. I think that's the thing. Sorry, Ez, before you go into the breakdown. It's a thing today because we saw this on the Europe PMPL as well earlier today, right? Insane performance coming in on this exact map, right? We saw it also just now on Sanhok with Rauf. Now we step into our second Miramar, and it's again pretty insane plays.
I'm not even going to break it down. I mean, honestly, I thought Phonics was down already. I was duped. You know, just like Arab Golden thought were done, they weren't. I was duped as well. And I was watching from the other side, so no, it's wild. But turning our attention here to Ra'ad, they have been, unfortunately, whittled down to only one member. The World of Battle has been applying that pressure. A little bit of a back and forth as the World of Battle have dropped 1. But the return, it might not be there for Ra'ad. Unfortunately, the cavalry is here. Arthur getting very close to that vehicle. Back into the vehicle it goes for Ra'ad as they want to get themselves out of the situation. Unfortunately, right into the line of fire of CRYPTICS. And you can see that's why the World of Battle also doesn't really want to go to center right now.
Oh, well, you can't really fault them on that decision because I think center is going to be a little bit too hard to handle at this point. But let's see who's going to be the next team to step up and just shake things in a way that it has not been shaken yet. But here we go. The zone is going to be closing through. Greedy also then going to be moving in on the Smash team, as we can see, and the pressure is on. But Mo Esports could come through with a little bit of that third-party opportunity.
Oh, GREEDYFORKILLS taking a hit after hit, but Mo Esports, it would be lovely to see them take this opportunity, third party it up and get a plethora of eliminations, especially taking hold of this position of the zone. We'll see if that next zone is going to just help them on a little bit further. It will be them. Ooh, okay. No, so if they can take this position, if they can take this third party, they guarantee themselves a position into the next zone.
Yeah. So the pressure is going to be on. Mo Esports needs to play that ridge line, but here we go. First, it needs to be banned to get the job done. Oh, a little bit of a trade coming through, strafing this way and that, and down they go. RUKH Esports with the third-party play, putting an end to Smash team. Now, it turns over to Mo Esports to see whether or not they can bring any resistance to the side of GREEDYFORKILLS.
Yeah, they're going to have to move on in if they want to make it happen. They've given enough time now to GREEDYFORKILLS to be able to res on up, so they're not going to be as hurt and beaten as they were just a few moments ago, and unfortunately that might not be the opportunity Mo can capitalize on. So for now, they fall back, they take the compounds they have access to, and they keep an eye out on the horizon. Meanwhile, Titans, they've been quiet. We've been waiting for a little bit of action here. Only picked up 1 elimination so far, but they have spotted out the World of Battle. Again, this is a fight for them to try and get into zone, so they need to make this as quick as possible before they become victims themselves.
It's going to be an absolutely essential play for them. They have all their numbers up. The only way forward, as you said, is going to be to push through the World of Battle. But there's another danger just lurking around the corners. You can see up on the mini-map, the players there from CRYPTICS. Also waiting patiently to see what the zone will bring to them next. But for the time being, it's going to be a little bit of a ranged assault. Both the World of Battle and Titan spreading out, trying to play a little bit of a different angle. And Kron now receiving quite a bit of damage.
Alright. Not too bad. Wave taking a shot or two from CRYPTICS as they are holding on and doing what CRYPTICS does best. holding a fantastic opportunity here, Compound, and just 360 applying the pressure. Titans slowly but surely breaking up the cracks here for the world of battle and keeping a good eye on their surroundings, finding that Ad. You can see Wave now onto the pressure as VISTA Gaming move on in, trying to take out one of the last remaining members of Wave. And one knock, unfortunately, will get knocked, actually.
Yeah, there we go. That almost could have been a very bad knock-knock joke, but we will not go there as we now look on. It's going to be VISTA trying to quickly just piece themselves back together. That 2-2 split coming through. So Mazzaro just holding that anchor point on the very edge. But Virtual Gaming Squad, I love what they've done here. Also going for a little bit of that 2-2 play here. And this is great coverage, especially looking at the compound that they find themselves in.
Yeah, just behind them they have RUKH Esports, so they can just for now at least focus on VISTA Gaming before they have to worry about all of the other surrounding teams, as long as they keep an eye out on where they're opening their backs up towards, right? Because we've got Lag, we've got a few more teams that can actually jump in and just start picking apart eliminations. Titans, just on the edge of that zone, again, right alongside CRYPTICS. It's not where I want these two teams to be, because an engagement of that level, these two teams taking it, I don't know, I feel like it spells disaster for the rest of the lobby, but it might be an opportunity here to take out one of the big dogs as we see a few more teams. Mo Esports still yet to find a good compound.
Well, let's see. Maybe that could be on the cards. It's still going to be a little bit of a threat coming through here from GREEDYFORKILLS. We can see just lurking on the edge, but they're also now starting to mobilize themselves. And this is where things get super tricky, because the remaining compounds are all situated pretty much over on towards that Picado positioning. The heat will be on, and it's going to be that first come, first serve, but that is Skydo now trying to pop in a quick hit. Meanwhile, the CRYPTICS and Titans are getting into a bit of a toe here, as you can see. P6 also getting down to Axa. Teak and Punches still just riding these ridges, trying to find that next position to bounce from. But CRYPTICS not even flinching.
Now at least, but they will be looking for those final shots in. P6 taken down to a sliver. Marshall has to be quick, and the nades move on in. El Chapo Marshall down in a matter of seconds, leaving only Lazy Boy and Senke to try and piece it back together. A rotation has to be made. P6 is not going to be able to be recovered, and that takes us down to a 2-on-3 scenario with Titans leading with one man up.
Oh, but will one man be enough to overpower CRYPTICS? We can see that pusher coming through. Here we go, Punches strafing around, but oh, it is Lazy Boy who finds the hit, and off they go. Now, it is one down, one more to go. Will this be the play, right? Titans, I mean, this is so tough to look at, as Axa is trying to make a bit of a play, looking to find a nice hidey hole. But again, a very, very dangerous position.
No, it is so difficult, but we said it before. CRYPTICS is one of those teams that are just so adaptable when it comes to these like close range engagements. All of a sudden, high paced, high octane engagements. They can run and gun. They can deal with whatever crazy scenario happens, and they just seem to be ready for it. Whether it's clear communication, experience, synergy, call it whatever you want. They're just that good with these ridiculous scenarios that they can just deal with anything coming their way. Mo Esports will be bowing out thanks to the combination of Titans and GREEDYFORKILLS. So we take a look at our top 9 teams currently left.
Ooh. And it's looking pretty tough, especially onto that eastern side. But this is a great spot, though, for Titans and GREEDYFORKILLS. They find themselves quite some distance away from any of those potential altercations. I mean, CRYPTICS, they kind of sitting on the fence, right? They in the middle, so it could swing either which way for them. But now we can see Senke spotting out a little bit of that movement. Lazy Boy has been spotted as well. And look at that hit as Rhino just dials it in, finding one after the other. And GREEDYFORKILLS just doubling down on a few CRYPTICS.
That is terrifying. That was so accurate. And now they... Oh my... Rhino, please. Okie dokie, this is what we're dealing with today. Pinpoint accuracy with the M4s, whether it was on Sanhok or on Miramar, it seems. But we take a look at it. GREEDYFORKILLS leading with 7 eliminations. We've got Blackjack Esports with 6, Titan with 6 apiece each, but only one player to hold on to those eliminations. I mean, CRYPTICS and VISTA also reduced down to only one player. So, yes, we have 9 teams, but it's only 21 players.
Oh, that is some pretty steep odds to play with here. And still we see a big convergence of teams held over in towards that Picardo position. But the zone has decided differently. The team's now needing to move a little bit more towards that western side. And this is where I see things really playing at favorably for GREEDYFORKILLS and potentially still Titans. Even we could add CRYPTICS, no, never mind. Senke now having to bite the bullet on that one. But here we go. Lag still in a position where they can bring a bit of an upset. They've not yet been able to find themselves a single elimination. Maybe Zar could be the person to provide them with that.
Massive opportunities to make that happen here, but oh, those pixels are literally A9Q just waiting, just something to peek out so they can take a hit on end. We can see just a massive convergence of teams here towards that western part of the zone, fighting the remainder of Titans and GREEDYFORKILLS for that position in center. VISTA, unfortunately, feeling some pressure here from the blue zone as they will bow out. Still got quite a few more teams here that need to finally make it their final segments, and lag catching out the mind weapon.
Oh, that's what we want to see. And see what is going to come through next. Still, the mind weapon now trying to push on forward. And again, a very, very risky play. But if we look back down onto that southern edge, it is going to be GREEDYFORKILLS now pushing on towards Axon. Oh, there we go.
What?
Fivo nails the coffin shot as the Titans get sent out in 7th place, or rather 6th place with 7 elims to their name. Down to our final 5 teams we go. GREEDYFORKILLS sitting up to 9 elims. But they are super exposed, and this could be RUKH now, just looking to capitalize on quite a bit of carnage already up ahead of them.
The entire team of RUKH have been so accurate with these shots, and we can just see it. I mean, I couldn't even see that pixel, but you made it happen. We say goodbye to GREEDYFORKILLS. In eliminations, they were our elimination leaders, but now we have to turn our attention here to these final 4 with good numbers. All of these teams stand a pretty good chance, but you can see just from that western side, it is going to be a bit of an awkward walk into this next zone.
Oh, but awkward is what we like, because that is going to challenge the teams to the limit. Now, Lag having to make a play here, trying to find a bit of opportunity, but Virtual Gaming Squad says no as they reach in. Here we go. It's going to be Rawi now cooking up the nade. Oh, that one's going to get scary, scary close. A9Q. Oh, takes a little bit of damage. Oh, but the response comes through as A9Q sends one back in retaliation. No! A self-molly to end it up, and that is Lag getting sent right on away.
Oh, this is wild. I mean, we mentioned a little bit of this action. You know, these grenades have been so pinpoint accurate, but they are just devastating. Double-edged swords coming on through. Virtual Gaming, yes, they're leading with the numbers, but look at RUKH Esports. I mean, they are reminding me of that dominating force that we saw in the previous season, whether it was CRYPTICS or it was Titans. They are holding on to a very strong showing here, and now they have such a prime angle on Virtual Gaming. It is absolutely scary.
Oh, you gotta love to see what RUKH is doing here. I mean, just now up high, reaching in. Virtual Gaming Squad could be in quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of trouble rather. As the first shots connect through, the next come in, and that is the end of the road as RUKH are on an absolute rampage. Sitting now on a grand total of 9 eliminations to their name. The only team standing between them and that glorious chicken is going to be the Mind Machine. But here we go. Mind Machine now just doing their due diligence, checking to see if that western side is clear. But we know the only threat that they need to be worried about is going to be RUKH. And I said this before, right? RUKH really reminding me so much of Titan Gaming's performance from last season.
Like I said, it's just that dominating force. Whether you want to think about Titans or you want to think about them as CRYPTICS, it's that dominating presence. You know, they're just holding on to that perfect position play and just taking every single pick. That's why I think they remind me of CRYPTICS, is they're so good with that 360 pinpoint accuracy. That is a CRYPTICS play through and through. But here they are doing it better than what we've seen before. At least until CRYPTICS or Titans or someone else comes back and just makes me eat all my words. But we'll wait for now. As the Mind Weapon, they have a bit of a tough position here to hold.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a matter of time, right? We've seen this from CRYPTICS. We've seen it from Titans. Once they build up that momentum, they become somewhat unstoppable. So I think it's just a matter of time. But we're also still in the early stages. Only day 2, game number 3. But here we go, Zar now. getting dealt dirty as the shots connect on through. Pusher looking to find that extra little bit of a jump, that extra little bit of a play. Where will it go? Oh, here we are. Here we are. Zar now on the edge, trying to find the approach, but Pusher comes in, doing what their name suggests. And now it is White Boy just up ahead, the final player standing between them. Oh, nice quick trade up on the hill.
Oh, coming on through. This has to be the final hit. White Body is going to go through, and it's going to be that final pick. And RUKH Esports, they clutch it out with 3 players still alive. I mean, come on. Could you have asked for anything more?
I mean, what a phenomenal performance indeed. I think that was, what, RUKH with like 12 eliminations or something crazy to their name. They just kept on pushing and pushing and pushing and doubling down on anything that they could find ahead of them.
My face says it all. I'm flabbergasted. I can't deal with these games anymore. You know, you think that you think that you're gonna go into the game and be like, cool, you know, it's gonna be this and that. No. Look, I said in the beginning, RUKH Esports, they had a phenomenal last game yesterday, and they were 1 point away from being on the top of the overall standings after a single day, just behind CRYPTICS. So I wanted to see what else they could bring. I wanted to see, you know, how far does the RUKH Esports meta go? How far do we talk about them? And so far, they're proving to be a fantastic champion. A very terrifying team, honestly.
Yeah, they're quite resilient, right? They've just been able to find these positions, these angles, and, well, a lot of carnage to follow suit on that. But, of course, let's take a look at these map rankings. That is 12 eliminations coming through for RUKH. 9 then getting picked up by GREEDYFORKILLS, and Titans sitting on a very comfortable 7.
Oh, it is terrifying. I mean, Blackjack Esports also catching on with those 6 eliminations, not too far off, and it's good to see all of these teams really making a conscious effort to get those eliminations. I can't stop applauding the teams for the way that they've adapted to this point change and the way that they have adapted to this meta. It's brilliant. I mean, we've got almost every single team taking a point home. It's just RUKH, unfortunately, who fell short. But it's a very good spread. I mean, the fact that we have 4, 3, 2, 1 eliminations on the second page, it goes to show how competitive this Miramar was.
Yeah, and that is something that we're seeing quite a bit of, right? Not only is it one particular map that is competitive, but it is the entire map rotation that we've got, right? And speaking of map rotations, we know that next up, we are going to be venturing over in towards Erangel. But first up, let's take a quick look at a few of the highlights from this past match. there we go. We're fighting with a few gremlins along the way, but you know what is a production without a few gremlins to fight? You know, as the teams are doing their fair share, we also have to probably do something at just to share in all the carnage that's happening out on the battlefield. Not that there's any contribution from our side, but either which way, of course, the team stepping up and just shaking up quite a bit of performance. Again, Miramar so satisfying with the players there from RUKH just stepping up and bringing in an absolutely phenomenal play. I mean, 12 eliminations strong. That makes me super excited to see what is going to happen once we step over in towards Erangel.
Honestly, I don't. I'm terrified of Erangel at this point. If Miramar was going this way, what are we gonna do in Erangel? Are we just gonna, I don't know, let's go hide in military base island, right? Because that's something that doesn't happen often. Let's just have a military base like finish, and I don't know, someone else has to come in and just take the Woulda chicken dinner or do something silly. But at this point, it's getting to that point where everything I thought I knew about PUBG Mobile is being thrown out the window, and everything I thought I knew about these teams is being thrown out the window. So I'm getting frustrated, man. I don't have a black book of stats. I don't have anything to refer back to that makes sense as to why these teams are so good.
This is where I say, welcome to the 2023 season, right? We've had a change up in the point structure, which has forced the teams to behave in a completely different way. And I got to say, it is a very satisfactory performance. But of course, we also need to give a mad shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So mad love going out to them. But speaking about monsters, the opportunity is just around the corner. We can see the teams now getting themselves ready. The plane is warming up. Now, before we venture in, where do we want to see a zone? I personally want to see a southern zone come through. That's what I want. I want to see a little bit of that Sanhok military base action come in.
I said, let's go to military base island. I mean, at this rate, I didn't get cave on Sanhok, so I want military base on Erangel. That's what I want.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's our reverse psychology trick, so we don't want that, right?
Yeah, no, I want Stolper.
Sure. Either which way, of course, the teams are going to be venturing out momentarily to show us what they can bring on through, and expecting quite a bit of a step up. As we know, stepping into our fourth match of the day, we will have yet another team sitting out for this game, and others, of course, rejoining back into the fight yet again. So match number 4 means that is going to be the players from the side of Group B that are not going to be joining us just yet. But of course, Group C, welcome back. They're going to show us what kind of an impression they can make. And the heat is on, as we've been seeing this being quite a competitive lobby, right? Teams keeping the pressure up. We have no idea who will be rising to the occasion, as we've had solos bringing in some insane upsets.
It's actually getting to the point where it's ridiculous. It's just silly. It's silly how we are having so many different teams stepping up to a plate that we didn't know was there. We didn't know that they could get to this level so quickly. And I go back to the same statement. I'm so surprised that the new challenges for PMPL Africa are making such a statement. Again, it's not a case where like, okay, cool, you know, all of the old boys, all of the old guard are here and they're just being the ones that are leading the pack. No, it's not the case. They're being challenged by these new faces. They are being put in a corner where they need to be better than they've been before.
Yeah. I mean, you're 100% correct in saying that. And speaking about corners, let's see to which corner that flight path is going to be pointing. It seems to be starting down on the southwestern side. That looks like a bit of a Primorsk down below. There we've got Quarry. Yep, 100% on point. And it's heading all the way up towards Severny. Now, this is going to be an interesting play because we know we have a few teams, or we've got one particular team that likes to move up into that Severny position, and of course, quite a few that also like to frequent a little bit of that Yasnaya Poliana.
I know you're staring at the north part of the map. I am staring at the south part of the map. I'm waiting for a giant circle to pop right on up and take us there, but we'll see how that's going to turn on up. The few of these teams that do like some of the northern parts would obviously, you know, be very happy about this flight path. But I mean, TIMEOUT as an example, I mean, it's a quick shot for them from Primorsk to Military Base Island. So they're going to be able to get their boots on the ground as soon as possible. Same with VISTA over towards Ferry Pier. And, you know, for the likes of a few of the others, they have some good opportunity to spread out. It's only really the eastern side that's a little bit more of a journey. But for the rest of the teams, it's a good flight path to work with.
Yes, it is definitely a very respectable. Hey, hey, hey!
No way.
Exactly what we didn't want. I mean, what we did want
Yeah.
to come through. You know, we can't celebrate just yet because, you know, it's not been decided, but that looks super, super promising. And of course, looking at the available playable area, right? Half of that zone is water. The rest.
It's wild. It's I can't, like, you're saying what exactly I'm thinking, that there's so little space left with that zone, with all of that water now being involved. I mean, we probably are already going to see quite a few teams making a dash on into military base islands. So timeout right now, if they can set up a bridge camp, they are going to be rolling in the eliminations.
Yeah, they definitely are going to be rolling in those elims, and it's whether or not they are able to hold strong. And I guess to see if anyone's maybe going to make a play for that eastern bridge potentially. But I think our next bit of action is definitely going to come on towards the west with VISTA and Timeout. Oh, but here we go. Wave now getting run down. Oh, here we go. Nossa and the rest of GREEDYFORKILLS again. So relentless.
Man, what more do you want from PUBG Mobile, right? You get a military base zone, you get a ridiculous ton of water in the zone, and then you also add Tokyo Drift on top of it, because you can, you know.
Yeah. It's the PUBG Drift. That's what we call it. It's going to be the PUBG Drift. And speaking about drifting, it's going to be RUKH and the virtual gaming squad now drifting ever closer towards each other, up in towards the lovely Savoni. We've seen both these teams dropping here time and time again. But who will be the one that is allowed to rotate back into that next zone?
It's going to be the question on everyone's minds. RUKH, I mean, after the back of such a beautiful Miramar, they surely don't want to let it finish here. But for virtual gaming, it is about climbing that overall leaderboard. It is about catching up to any disparity in points they may have. And hopefully to get closer and closer to RUKH's position with the performances they've been putting down. So as we take a look at it, looking at this opportunity, RUKH gonna be stepping out, a little bit of a scout, maybe a bait and switch, but then the return needs to be here for RUKH.
Well, Malik definitely gonna be looking to capitalize here. Already that first hit, that first knock getting sent on through. But all Virtual Gaming now needs to do is just leverage the point, right? Bronsberg relaying or trying to relay a little bit of that information, but at this point it is still quite challenging. Puncher, look at that control, just waiting casually. See if anyone's gonna push in. Come on, come on. And oh, there we go. Find it, find it, find it. Yes, there we have it. The shot is confirmed and Puncher drives it home.
Ooh, it is painful to see any of these teams, you know, taking these amount of hits, but it is just so good to see this back and forth. Malik with a beautiful nade is gonna find that one. Opportunity towards RUKH. They are down to 2, and it looks like they're still scrambling for loot. So if there's an opportunity, it is now. If they can get this push on in, maybe the confirmation's there.
Oh, come on, DWAS. Just try to ride the storm out. Push, push, push. Virtual Gaming Squad, RUKH Esports. Both teams now hungry for even more points on the board. But here we have it. One shot getting ready to push up the staircase. RUKH, meanwhile, just yeeting themselves on down. Puncher definitely holding up a very formidable position here. But of course, Eugene now rotating in, bringing in that additional level of reinforcement. And this is exactly what Pusher needs now to get the jump in on Virtual Gaming Squad.
It has to happen here. DWAS trying to look for that heal up, trying to prepare for the onslaught that is going to be RUKH Esports, while One Shot tries to get the bait and switch moving in, trying to find that alternative angle and holding onto the shot. Here's the push. They're going to find one. One Shot still staying alive, but Eugene coming around the corner. And where is DWAS? We need the return.
Well, here we go. Come on, Eugene now locking in a confirmation. But oh, DWAS up top popping off. Here we go. It is going to be a 1v1 showdown to see who will be managing to make it out of Savoni in a one piece. It has been an extremely costly altercation for both teams involved. But now DWAS focusing on bringing that health bar back into a more acceptable position, but a quick hit at the window does seal the fate of one more player. But the Blues are also now going to be adding that extra layer of complexity to this whole situation. But Eugene, moving up the staircase. Come on, DWAS. What are you going to do? Are you going to see that rush? Okay, it is now on. Both players in the exact same holding. Oh, it's around the corner. It's around the bend. Find it. Look at those hits!
Back and forth. I mean, come on. It looks like at any one moment this could end, but finally we have an answer. RUKH, I mean, for all intents and purposes, they win out that battle. I don't know how they're going to get in zone, but we'll wait and see. Rad holding here, nice and strong position on towards the military base island. They've managed to make a way on in, and even picked up 2 eliminations to boot.
Yep, that was GREEDYFORKILLS. Now, falling victim to a little bit of that Ra'ad action, but let's see where Kofu is going to be looking to go next. It does seem that Ra'ad prioritizing a little bit more of this northern positioning, and it could be a little bit risky because we can see so many teams now on the approach towards that eastern bridge.
Yeah, that eastern bridge might be the favorite because it makes sense. The zone, including that western bridge, the teams are trying to stay, you know, discreet. They're trying to avoid as much of the altercations as possible, but that's ironically the eastern bridge is the most chaotic right now. We have most of the teams taking this eastern bridge, so there was a bit of a mistake.
Let's see. Now it's going to be wanted. Ooh, risky. Nice little bit of a drift. Oh, that was smooth. That was smooth as, well, smooth stuff. As you can see, wanted now just quickly ducking into that little shack, but a very southern positioning. Quite surprising to see so many teams still hanging around in the northern territories. So we've got the players there from Mo Esports also now just about to enter zone. URUS lying in wait, holding on to Picardo, not going to let it go just yet. I think that's a very wise call because we don't know exactly where this next zone will be moving towards, and well, there's the answer. There's the answer. I mean, someone said it's a cast a curse. It's not a curse because we asked for this. So,
it's a blessing. Okay.
Yes.
Military base
You're
finishes
welcome.
are far and few between, so just sit back and be treated to what is going to happen here. Timeout with that rotation. We know they're one of the first teams to lay their boots onto Military Base Island, and so far we have yet to see it actually pay out in dividends for them in terms of eliminations. They've been a bit quiet, and now they've isolated Nossa, the only member left from GREEDYFORKILLS. So I would like to see them just close this one out, take full control of these compounds, and then lie and wait for the rest of the teams making their rotations on in.
I gotta say, at this point, it is very difficult to get a good read on these teams and who could be that potential one to just capitalize here and bring it in. Because, you know, we've not been able to do that at all. Across any of our games. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, maybe when we get to the very last game at the end of week 3, we still might have absolutely zero clue. But for the time being, it's going to be Nossa now prepping themselves for a little bit of a contingency plan here, trying to cook up a few nades. Look at this. It is going to be the players. Oh, just holding the edge, the mind weapon, trying to capitalize a little bit of that gatekeep on the bridge. But of course, Black Hand are going to come in full force. Oh, very risky, but I gotta love it at the same time.
Absolutely. We know this Eastern Bridge has been jam-packed with players, and this is ironically what I wanted Timeout to be doing on towards the western side, but the Mind Weapon, they were ready and waiting, and now they're trying to capitalize, but no Plaza. Just managing to escape the crosshairs of the Mind Weapon, gets a fantastic angle, and manages to find that one. Now, a few more, and then they might be taking this entire Eastern Bridge to themselves as they move on in closer to zone.
Well, you gotta say, Black Hand definitely looking very comfortable with all the proceedings right here as they move in so effortlessly rather, looking to pick up those trades. But of course, still quite a bit of work lays ahead of them. We got the players there from Mo Esports also now moving in behind them. And if we look over towards the western side, towards that bridge, things are going to get absolutely chaotic. But of course, we are treated to a nice little bit of scenery coming through here from the Mind Weapon as they look to get themselves situated on that southern edge of zone. But here we have it. Wave, Raad, also sharing a very similar kind of positioning.
Very similar indeed. As you can see, Wave, a couple of shots just being exchanged. Raad will be getting that warning signal, knowing that those positions aren't worth the taking for the time being, but there's still a little bit of opportunity, a little bit of time to get something else going here. Looking at that Eastern Bridge, we do see Mo Esports moving on in, potentially finding Black Hand. Would be curious to see if they would be able to turn that into maybe an elimination or two. That would be fantastic for them to pick up some points here before getting into the craziness that's going to be Military Base Island. And then, of course, Vampires taking a swim. I don't really see anyone else really making that trip right now. Wave have already made it to the island, and yeah, no, this is, I mean, if you somehow had doubts that this was going to be a Military Base Island finish, well,
I mean, who knows? It can maybe still move north.
there's a tiny bit of water.
Yeah.
Can still go.
just there on the little itty bitty piece there. But hey, look at that! Mo
Hey.
Esports now
Yes!
finding a little bit of a trade. Oh, but Skydo also then getting knocked as a beautiful response. But this is what we want to see, right? Mo Esports, Black Hand, both teams getting ready for a little bit of that cheeky action. But Mo down to 2. They've not yet been able to find elimination. They have been able to secure a few knocks. But we want to see that conversion now come through, right? They need to push that extra little bit more.
Yeah, just that small sliver could mean the difference for them in the later points of this game. And for Mo Esports, we know they've been struggling and they've been looking for those highlights. This was very close to being one of them. If they could have managed to get that confirmation onto Black Hand, that would have been a different story. But they're currently trying to pincer Mo's position, and they're going to be getting into that vehicle and getting out of there. We take a look, there's still a few more teams. Vampires, unfortunately, falling to the play zone. The rotation's not working out the way they would have wanted, and Black Hand's still keeping a keen eye on Mo Esports.
Well, they got to keep a steady hand as well, as there's still quite a bit of opposition coming through. But again, this is the point in the zone where that elevation could definitely play out very favorable for them. And you could say the exact same thing going through here for Vortex and Paradox, but it does seem like they've opted for a little bit of a split, right? Paradox pushing much further on towards those northern positions. Meanwhile, we can see the players from Vampires in the feed not looking all too great, all too gravy. But the bridge camping is also still ongoing. A Smash team are yet to rotate down onto that southern island, and it is going to be quite the struggle. We've got RUKH, we've got the players there from VISTA, all just lying in wait, as well as a little bit of RUKH.
Also got URUS out in the water right alongside Smash Esports, and they're not on the bridge, they're in the water, and they're trying to make a swim across, which we know is, it's going to be so difficult. VISTA Gaming looking for the remainder here of RUKH. Just keeping an eye out on those bridges, trying to find that pixel placement, and Smash is going to be rolling on in at any moment. It's going to be a very tough fight here for VISTA, but they have some numbers to work with. It's just that spread from the last 2 remaining members aren't going to be able to help them on the bridge.
Ooh, and that zone does not make things any easier. As we can see now, I think VISTA, they might take a bit of a push, maybe a little bit closer, just pulling into those compounds on the northern side of the zone. But it is going to be a mad dash, a mad rush, as we can see. Look at that convergence coming through on the southern edge, but up on the bridge, things are looking pretty grim. Yep, that is URUS and Smash now in a world of trouble, and RUKH still going to be holding strong, but we don't know for how much longer.
Ooh, that is a difficult situation to be in. Like we said, I mean, it's tough enough trying to make that dash across the bridge, but if you're trying to swim it out when there are literally 4 teams looking at you, come on. Fish in a barrel here. Wave Esports here towards the southern portion of the military base island, looking towards CRYPTICS, trying to find some answers here as they have taken a knock, and now CRYPTICS, they smell blood. There's an opportunity here for them to dash on in, and they're going to do exactly that.
Oh, come on, here we go. One knock getting ready. Finds one. One down. 3 more to go. 2 down. Come on, one knock. You can get it. Oh, this could be an absolutely insane performance. But one knock, not looking all too favorable with regards to that health bar. Up comes the reinforcement. El Chapo now just laying into them as Hemo gets confirmed down. Gaddafi also just waiting on the edge, but here we have it. It is Wave now in a world of trouble. El Chapo And Lazy Boy could come in rushing. We can hear the shots. No, Sanhok getting caught on fire. Oh!
Look, it is so close to being the final nail in the coffin here for CRYPTICS. I mean, really, just such a beautiful performance. It was so close. We just need that third party to come on through. But the only other team that could really step on in would be Mo Esports right now. And I'm not sure if they're going to take that shot. The World of Battle also sending a couple of bullets their way, but they've got other worries. They've got other problems to deal with. It is RUKH that is going to be taking most of their attention alongside TIMEOUT with that 2-2 split right behind them. Come on! Mohammed goes down, didn't even have a chance to react.
Yeah, Gofu just with some pinpoint accuracy, and the World of Battle fighting quite a bit of a battle here for center zone control. But I mean, these compounds are going to be absolutely essential, especially looking at the current zone. But there we go. A little bit of off-angle play being made. We got TIMEOUT also opting for that 2-2 split. We got Hazard on the one side, Desha rather on the opposite end. But here we have Arthur reaching in with a little bit of that DP28 action. We're going to see those shots connecting through. I mean, CRYPTICS just staying almost invisible within those compounds.
I mean, that's exactly what they need to do, right? They made a lot of noise with that assault going on in, and they took a lot of damage. I wouldn't blame them for now just to take a breath, just to recover some of the losses that they might have taken, and get themselves set up for the next couple of fights, because it's just gonna continue, man. I mean, the zone shift is also gonna make a massive difference. We can see a few teams on the outskirts that might have to move on in. I mean, taking a look at Blackhand and the Mind Weapon, if it does shift a bit more towards the west, it's gonna be awkward, man, for them to get closer to center with TIMEOUT and RUKH and CRYPTICS with a line of sight onto them. And that's exactly what happened. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. We can't say you're welcome because we don't really know what's going to happen with Savage. Just waiting for the inevitable. Essentially, upset could happen, right? We've seen this be a reality. These solos, they definitely are a different kind. But here we go. The opportunity is now. Savage waiting patiently, not being spotted. It's a boot just on the outskirts here. Come on. Oh, it is so tempting. But here we have our predictions as well. We got Chalabi, Starfall rather, Denver and Flanker coming through with who they think is going to be taking this next winner chicken dinner. Oh, spotted him. There we go. Come on, Savage. Not getting the hit. Oh, DBS, watch out. Yeah, it's done.
It's a boot, man. It's a boot with a DBS. Come on. It's going to happen. It's VISTA Gaming. They take hold of that western portion. We can see Blackhand now stealing a little bit of damage to their neighbors of the Mind Weapon as they both inevitably make their approach into this zone. At least they have the vehicles to work with. Hopefully, for the sake of Blackhand, RUKH is going to be distracted with what is happening here with CRYPTICS, the World of Battle. Or they might not really have a good opportunity. We can see TIMEOUT slow but surely. They're still holding that 2-2 split. Right? We've got 2 players in the zone for them and 2 on the outskirts, just sort of scouting things out. Very interested to see when they're going to get involved in the action.
It's a matter of time, right? That is all that it is, but a lot of discipline. I mean, this is a position in which CRYPTICS know exactly how to play this positioning, right? They are looking so confident, so comfortable. And they're just waiting for their next potential victim to come rolling on through. And Senke knows there's somebody on the opposite end of that building. Here we go, White Boy. Ooh! Taking a bit of a different approach, moving in a different direction, but that is not going to be enough as Lazy Boy is just like, you know what? Might as well just stop them right there. And that is now CRYPTICS up to 4 eliminations.
This is what we like to see. Everyone starting to pick apart their opponents. And for the Blackhand, they have managed somehow, some way to get into a prime position in zone. They've got 2 teams up ahead of them. They just need to be wary about that position for TIMEOUT, I would say, who have a very good line of sight onto their potential position. So they need to keep track of their cover. And then, of course, CRYPTICS to the south. So a lot of action, a lot of potential angles to deal with for everyone right now as we get nestled into the zone. And VISTA Gaming, are they making a... Wait, I am missing 2 VISTA Gaming players. Where are the other 2? Are they making a split to CRYPTICS?
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. It is Cacao and It's a Boot down south. Mazzaro and Bisk up north. But it's a 2-1-1 split, so I would have maybe felt a little bit more comfortable if it was a 2-2 split, like Bisk
Yeah.
moving closer towards Mazzaro. But let's see, maybe that could still happen as a lot of the, well, the rest of the teams pretty much situated on that eastern half.
This is wild, man. But Vista Gaming, they're going to secure themselves a spot in the zone. And unfortunately, once again, Blackhand have to make a rotation in. And for this time, timeout is actually going to be on the chopping block. They also need to get a move on. World of Battle is throwing quite a few shots here towards Blackhand and Ra'ad, trying to force their hand, trying to keep them out of the zone.
Well, let's see how much of that they'll be able to do. As you can see, Senke now getting down on their knees, down on their hands, trying to creep back into that zone. Up comes Blackhand, slowly inching their way forward, looking to play this ridge line. And this could be another one of those high IQ plays coming through. But Plaza just going to risk it, just says, you know what? Let's see what we can get done as they pull in. Oh, and down they go. Arthur pulling out Excalibur on that one and just driving it home.
Ah, it's unfortunate. So close yet so far we go. Blackhand still holding onto the Wizard Tower. Plaza hopefully going to be able to get a res now. Smoke is going to be covering them, but we still have to worry about what's happening with CRYPTICS and Vista Gaming there towards the south. Timeout making their approach here to the north. They have made quite a bit of noise, but they have an opportunity here for eliminations. They want a little bit more. We've got a good balance of eliminations overall with all of these teams. It's just going to come down to this final few battles.
Yeah, Ra'ad being the only team not sitting on 4 or 5, but you know, it could just be a few mere moments away as the World of Battle still holding on to a very beautiful centralized position. I mean, it's great within the zone, but it's also so terrifying because they can't really see up that hill, especially where Vista is currently situated, and a few of the other, you know, much higher up position teams surrounding them. But here we go, it is now carnage that ensues as Ra'ad and Blackhand start going at each other's throats. This gives the opportunity to the World of Battle to just get their numbers reinforced, make sure those health bars are looking the way they want them, but also looking at the players there from timeout. I mean, that is also a very interesting position that they're playing up north.
Yeah, it's a 2-2 split that's now been converged to the point north position of the zone. And again, the angle at which they have to work with, yes, it gives them good line of sight onto a World of Battle, but they have to worry about Vista Gaming. They have to worry about so many others that be able to take them down if they need to descend. Ra'ad taking losses. So far, only one. They should be able to recover, depending on the line of sight that we can work with. CRYPTICS still staying quiet, not yet choosing to get involved. They're just waiting for that prime opportunity to pounce, to try and take as many eliminations as possible.
All now down to the waiting game. Vista still going to be riding on high. Blackhand now looking to see what upset they can bring into this one. Already sitting with those 5 eliminations to their name, but the next zone is going to be revealed. And where will it go? Because at this point, I think whoever it moves towards, that could be the potential team to take the victory here. But it is going to be a lot of hard work as Arthur now gets put down. But here we go. Ooh, the zone not really moving over to anyone, but still the World of Battle having that beautiful possession of the compounds. But again, it is limiting because they can't see up onto this ridge.
No, like we said, it's like a catch-22. Yes, you've got the cover, but now at what cost? Timeout, moving on in, looking at the World of Battle, is going to find the first one, but the turnaround is there. They still have 2 more to go. Timeout trying to hold on to their losses here, but also just look at the opportunities that the World of Battle have. They have the perfect crossfire to deal with this.
Oh, they definitely do, but there's now the opportunity for Ra'ad to come in with a little bit of that third-party action, but there's no need even as the World of Damage just pop on through. But let's see what the fate will be here for Ra'ad. Are they going to be able to survive as the World of Battle has been able to accrue 7 eliminations thus far? And several opportunities still remain, and they are looking pretty confident as they've been blessed by these positionings time and time again. But Rauf, as we know, also a very formidable team. Ooh, still trying to find a bit of an approach. Blackhand also advancing forward as we can see them now turning their focus on towards CRYPTICS on that southern side. But VST, Vista, they've been absolutely quiet, just inching their way slowly forward into the zone.
Well, that's what's terrifying. They're taking majority of the zone control now, and they're forcing everyone into these tiny, condensed areas. They are starting to take a pick and a fight with CRYPTICS. As you can see, the World of Battle fighting to try and hold and sustain their position. CRYPTICS reduced down to 1. RUKH taking hit after hit, and Blackhand still looking to get involved. There's CRYPTICS out of the opportunity, but Blackhand, they still got a bit of a battle here. The World of Battle and RUKH right up ahead of them.
Oh, wow, these shots just continue to come on through, but up comes RUKH again, trying to find a little bit of the nade sweet spot. Hazem, meanwhile, will get knocked on down. Up comes Kron, looking for a bit of an opportunity. See the players there from Blackhand out in the open. RUKH with a slow, steady push on forward, and surprisingly manages to make it at least a little bit further. But essentially, down they go. They ticket getting punched yet again, and up comes RUKH. Oh, but look at these plays. Blackhand are down. RUKH looking to get the jump on towards the World of Battle. That was a risky push. Oh, and down they go. The World of Battle just riding wave after wave, now sitting up on 10 eliminations.
Oh, for VISTA Gaming, they've done so well with this position, but it's also in some way hurt them. They couldn't really get involved in all of that crazy action towards the end to pick up a few more eliminations, but at least so far they have garnered themselves 8. But now they give time to the World of Battle to recover. This might be a bit of an oversight. We'll have to wait and see. Those nades going to be sent on through. We have 2 members of VST quite tagged up, and the World of Battle trying to hold on while they get their recovery, while they get their numbers up.
Well, they're going to be running out of zone pretty soon. As we know, blue zone is going to start closing up the final closure.
Ooh.
Arthur taking a little bit too much damage on that one, but still manages to hold on. But here we go. Kron also now just getting themselves patched up. And this is going to be a big toss between these two teams as to who will be the one to take that final winner chicken dinner. I mean, Vista sitting up on 8 eliminations. We got the players from World of Battle sitting on a very comfortable 10. But Vista, they have the numbers advantage. They've got the zonal advantage. They've got the positional advantage. And all they got to do is wait. Because the World of Battle, they have to move forward. And now with Mohammed getting downed, this could spell disaster for them. Vista now just not going to be waiting for any pushes as they now just rush forward looking for the opportunity. And they want to seal in that winner chicken dinner. The blue zone now comes into play, and that's not going to stop them as they get it. They clutch the victory and take in that winner chicken dinner, grabbing hold with both hands.
So there's so much to break down in the final moments of that Erangel. Firstly, I mean, military-based finish? Come on. I mean, it only happens once in a while. But also for VISTA Gaming, they're just taking so silently and so quietly, taking control of majority of that final zone. They were silent, but they were deadly, especially towards that final moment. You mentioned all of the win conditions that they had garnered. And then they decided, well, let's just go for it. We got that first initial hit with the nade. We reduced them down to 2. It's a 2v4 surely. And they did. It was a beautiful execution and a very calm and collected opportunity, which is what we've been waiting for. We said we want calculated aggression, not just run and gun to go wild. You know, we need them to be strategic in the way that they take these engagements.
And boy, were they strategic. I mean, 11 eliminations alongside the 10 placement points. A very comfortable 21. But of course, the World of Battle also really stepping up to the challenge here, locking in those double-digit elims. But again, Blackhand rising up, right? 7 elims to their name. TIMEOUT also doing quite a bit of work here. Unfortunately, the placement points not really working out in their favor, but still picking up the 5 elims. And that is what's counting at the end of the day. But of course, if we look at the second page, it is looking pretty grim. I mean, the Mind Weapon, they tried. The Smash team, they tried. But they weren't able to get a good, solid standing moving forward.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts to take a look at that second page because, again, you really want to see these teams succeed. And unfortunately, you can't have every single team winning every single map. It just doesn't work that way. But we need to take a look at what happened on Erangel a little bit closer. So let's go shoot in right into those highlights for a recap.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, today has been an absolutely jam-packed day full of action yet again. We've already concluded 4 of our 5 matches. That means only one thing. Miramar is going to be up next and the teams will have yet another showdown in the desert to see, or to show us rather, who will be the teams to pick up that final winner chicken dinner. But, I mean, we've seen some pretty insane upsets here today, we've seen 2 games in which solos just absolutely clutched it out. Of course, I'm talking about our only Sanhok coming through for the day. And, of course, that second Miramar also absolutely on fire. But as we moved over into Erangel, I mean, things were pretty spicy. We were not asking for a southern zone, and that is exactly what we got. But, yeah, now it's all down to the final rumble, the final showdown.
Yeah, look, honestly, I am grateful that we have a break tomorrow because the amount of action these players have been throwing at my brain is it's taking its toll. And I even get a further break because on Friday we have Mr. Crowns himself making his casting debut. So there's a lot of action, there's a lot of excitement this week. Very keen to see Crowns making his PMPL debut. And just the way in which these players have been going, I feel like it's just going to build up as we move on into the rest of this week. It doesn't seem yet, I would say, that we're getting into that level where everything's sort of calming down and we're getting into the trends and the statistics. And I almost wonder if that's just not going to be the case, if we're not going to get to a calmer level maybe this week even, depending on what happens this weekend. I mean, having that extra day to go and watch the VODs, maybe something changes.
Well, who knows? I mean, we could maybe see a little bit of a change up coming through into day 3. It would make sense, as you said, right? That day, that opportunity to do a little bit more additional VOD reviewing and really coming up with a strong strategy. But I think once we get into day 4, day 5, there's not going to be any time for quiet gameplay, right? I think it is going to be even more spicier than what we've already experienced in day 1 and day 2 so far. So, yeah, I think we're in for quite a bit of a ride. But, of course, we have still one more ride to go on. And that is going to be heading right over in towards the glorious Erangel. And,
Miramar.
I mean, yeah, sorry, Miramar. We were just on Erangel. I mean... You know, it's like we just so excited to see what's gonna happen. It all starts to mush and mash into one thing. But either which way, I don't know where we're gonna be going through because we've already come such a long way.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and pinpoint how we're gonna see these teams, do even better. How are they gonna up the ante when they've already upped the ante over into next year? But this is the challenge that we give these players, and it's also the beauty of PMPL Africa. We give them a stage to showcase their talents. We give them an opportunity to take this even further into the MEA champs, into potentially a little bit of PMGC action. So I'd love to see these teams just continuously bring in the action. When we get to MEA champs, I want to say, yeah, Africa, PMPL Africa are just bringing in teams that are just taking away Ws.
Yeah, they're kicking butts and taking names, right? That's what we want to see. And I mean, we've already seen quite a bit of a change up as we were talking about it. The players there from RUKH Esports being very similar to what we saw come through from Titans in the previous season. I mean, Titans also still keeping in with a steady performance. Nothing really as insane as we saw when they stepped into the previous season. But I'm pretty sure we are going to be having that increase in the momentum come through. And of course, it is going to be that final show to see what will come into the final Miramar. Hopefully we get a little bit of an insane flight path, right? That's what I want to see because we've had a relatively comfortable 2 flight paths in the first 2 Miramars.
Also the zones. I mean, the zones have also just been behaving themselves. I mean, give us a little bit more of that crazy southern terrain action. I mean, the best zone I think I've ever seen was that Impala zone, just heading all the way towards that eastern side. That's the craziest I've seen on Miramar, but I'd be willing for it. I mean, let's give these players a bit of a challenge. Let's go see some new terrain.
Well, of course, moving into our final match of the day. Group A are going to be sitting this one out, so it will only be Group B, C, D, and E. Now stepping up with their representation here. And I mean, we've been having a performance all over the place, right? And again, we find ourselves in that very difficult position, trying to figure out who could be the one to move up next. I mean, from what we saw in the overall standings, as they do show on that left-hand side, and sometimes at the top of the screen during the match as well. I mean, RUKH, CRYPTICS, Titan, Greedy, as well as Wave. We can also add Triple into that mix. They've really been keeping it up, but as we know, Wave, they've played all the games for themselves, all the available games, CRYPTICS also. So it's all going to come down to what will be coming through from Group B, Group D, C, and E. I mean, this is that opportunity now. Shake it up.
Yeah, CRYPTICS is not there. The threat of the absolutely dynamic duo, well, not dynamic duo, the dynamic quad of CRYPTICS is not going to be there. And we know they are so good with that just explosive energy that they bring through into these engagements. So now you don't have to worry that there's going to be anyone there bringing in that sort of threat. Now take it. This is an opportunity. Let's have some teams that haven't been on the top of, you know, our conversation list bring in a beautiful, beautiful showing. I mean, Vampires. We haven't spoken a lot about them. You know, we haven't got a lot of love over to, I mean, the likes of TEAMLAG even. We need a little bit of them, and obviously TIMEOUT Esports. I feel like they also had massive opportunity on Erangel, but they were just too quiet, man.
Yeah.
I need more action.
Yeah, I mean, there's no more time for a timeout, right? You got to step up and just get to it. You just got to get to it. But it is looking pretty close, especially from 13th moving down, right? So we got a little bit of a grouping happening here. That 13th downwards, pretty close. And then, of course, as we look from 12th place moving up, I mean, there is quite a bit of a gap between that 12th place and first place. Obviously, 32 points. But as we move in, it goes in a nice steady step. And I think that is going to make it ever just that much more exciting come day 3, as there's not that much separating teams. And one good game or a good zone like this could really change up things considerably.
Ooh, this is a fun zone. I mean, the opportunity for a little bit of that East. Oh, come on. Again, we see this. URUS and Vampires. Look, I said I wanted to see a little more from Vampires, and I feel like the rivalry with URUS just seems to be the only thing I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, a rivalry is always a good thing. But we've seen this in all the different seasons that we've casted. There's always two teams that hard drop in one particular location. No one is going to be the one to give that up. They want to continue to just try and push it as best they possibly can. I think it's healthy, right? Because at some point, one of the teams discovers, you know, some magical power to come from somewhere, and they just get absolutely cracked.
They do indeed. So, hey, look, it's an interesting ideology to fight for your drop site. You know, if you do have someone that's kind of challenging you for this position, to fight them off and to sort of kind of assert your dominance, to be like, listen, this is our drop site, you change, right? You know, to hold that mental fortitude. It's an interesting fight to take. I feel like there is something to say for it, that you need to do it for, you know, your own ego and for your own, you know, momentum. But sometimes you just have to look at the facts as they are and say, listen, maybe there's a change in a drop site we need to take here. If we're taking too many losses so early on, something needs to change.
Well, let's see what is going to be changing as the teams now continue to move on forward. Of course, RUKH already making quite a bit of an impression in today's game so far. But let's see what they have in store. I mean, I think it's definitely between RUKH and I'd say GREEDYFORKILLS for being being our two top performing teams for the day so far.
Yeah, RUKH have no, they've been fantastic. I mean, we started this day off with them 1 point behind CRYPTICS. Asking the question, cool, you know, what else can we see from them? What more can they bring to the table? And they have just brought an absolute feast worth of highlights and just fantastic plays that they brought in, and clinical execution. Again, I go back to that positioning, that dominating pressure that they put on the rest of the teams. Like, yes, you have a position in zone, yes, you have a compound, but hey, we've got every single angle on you and we're going to take you out bit by bit. And they just seem so calm and collective when they do that. So very interested to see if they come back Friday and it stays that way. Like we said, that opportunity for teams to have VOD reviews maybe they might find RUKH's, weakness. Maybe they might find an antidote to the poison they've just been throwing at all of these players.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about PUBG is you have to do homework.
Mm.
Right? That's
Lots of
just the
homework.
way it goes. If you, it's one of the games that
Whether you
it
play it or you
requires
cast
homework.
it.
Yes, you need to do your homework, and I thought when I finished school I was done with homework. Boy, was I mistaken, right? Because there's so much that you need to know, and it's so important. It's so essential for these teams if they're looking to get that upper hand, to get that edge on any of their opposing teams here. But if we look over in towards Monte Nuevo, I mean, greedy for kills. It's just nice and tranquil. There's no opposition. There's no one bothering them. And they have a very comfortable rotational pathway moving back into this next zone.
We go. A lot of the changes that these teams are going to have to make are going to bring in some very interesting, opportunities. Like one of the things, we have a very Miramar heavy day, right? So they have plenty of opportunity to try a couple of things on Miramar to see what they can and cannot get away with, and to see what needs to change coming back on Friday. Then with the VOD reviews, they just cement that information, and then they get better and better. And I need some teams to start getting better and better, because at this rate, I feel like we have a top, I want to say like a top 10 that could honestly just go chopping and changing throughout this entire week if we don't get some semblance of security, which makes for very exciting PUBG Mobile. Don't get me wrong, it's very exciting if it stays that way, but it also makes it very difficult to pick out a winner.
Oh yes, but I mean, you can't argue. You like that, right?
Oh yeah, no, they can.
We
keep
like
going.
that.
Just don't ask me
because-
to predict anything, please.
Yes, yes.
no.
The only prediction that we can give is that there's going to be a zone, it's going to close, and the blue zone will follow suit and eventually force the hand of the remaining teams. Aside from that, your guess is as good as ours, because we honestly, we really don't know. But yeah, of course, now the players here from VISTA just going to be enjoying the sights. You can see it's a bird also just taking a quick moment there to make sure that they've got all the appropriate loot they need, got all the fuel just jammed up into their vehicles and ready to roll. But again, we are seeing a little bit of a mass convergence now heading into the northern half of the zone.
Ooh, a little bit of a fun time here. Flight path and zone, thank you very much. Staying in quiet. Yeah, look, that is literally just hunting. They were just hunting him there, so no opportunity really to do anything else. But VISTA Gaming will move on, and that's all they can really do. RUKH will continue to just pick up some of the stragglers they're able to find with these rotations, holding such a lovely central position in the zone. They have that available. The rest of the teams, the South still pretty quiet. No one really taking up Impala. I mean, La Bendita is open. Even that entire eastern portion, it's still open for the taking. So maybe this northern center approaches because teams are trying to do like a roundabout rotation into east.
Could be, but there's the saying that says, great minds think alike. And that's why we're having such a mass convergence of teams all rotating up in a very similar direction. But here we go, Del Hop trying to get a little bit of cheeky shot popping onto that back seat. Not being able to secure the play just yet, but you gotta say, Virtual Gaming Squad also in a very challenging position here. I mean, they've got RUKH just on the one side, they are being hunted as well, and again, it's anyone's guess as to where these teams are going to be having to move next. But looking on that southern side, we've got Triple, we've got Titans, we've got Blackjack, as well as Lag also finding themselves in a great opportunity. Again, no one challenging them, but look at that shift as, and this could maybe be another greedy for kills game coming through.
I mean, they have such a good opportunity. I mean, the angle that they're going to be working with, not a single team so far, at least, is going to be bothering them. They can just focus on what's ahead of them and take shots left, right, and center. Timeout right and center. We've got World of Battle doing pretty much the same thing. Oh, and just such a plethora of rotations that need to happen. Titans and URUS still moving on in from that southern position. Might pose a little bit of a potential problem here for some of the teams like Greed for Kills or the World of Battle, but we'll have to wait and see how they get themselves out of the blue.
Well, we'll find out in due course what they do. But now, I'm focusing mainly on what's going to come through on the World of Battle as They look to be very, very centralized. In the meanwhile, the Smash team also now still trying to get themselves situated back into that safe area as the blue zone has, of course, completely enveloped them. And now we move into the second stage, so this is not looking good for Smash. So maybe they could maybe come in with a little bit of a surprise with that late rotation. But looking onto the edges, this is Raad, sorry, and the players from VISTA getting ready for a little bit of an altercation now. Up in towards the graveyard, and out goes those hits.
The nades are going to be following suit. Molly's out and about as well. Raad taking quite a swift approach here, trying to hold on, getting those crossfires in. It's a good trade back and forth, but so far VISTA with the nades, they are finding some common ground to work with here, potentially trying to close the gap. If Raad does not make a move here, maybe VISTA might be able to slip away, or Raad could be the first ones to disengage. We do see those vehicles popping on out. It looks like Raad might just stick with one or two around, maybe see if they can get lucky with the nade.
Well, let's see how much luck will be involved here. We know Kofu has already been dealing quite a few devastating blows that we saw come through in today's performances here. So, I mean, Raad, no strangers to the action, but up they come. Oh, Mazzaro locking it in, piling it through. Oh, come on. Oh, wow. VISTA just coming out of nowhere, just playing such strong angles here. Oh, ooh, ooh, no.
Please don't. It's a very difficult position here. Raad holding a very creative couple of angles, but unfortunately it is going to reduce them down to only one as Kofu needs to hold on to this. Vista still within the vicinity, still within the building, but information is in the hands of Kofu. Maybe they can make it work. They can hear those footsteps going through. Mazzaro now moving on in. Wild nade coming through, and there is the spot for Mazzaro. So, no, it's done.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it is done. But of course, the RUKH also could be moving in as the zone just sent us up quite nicely onto those Picado Hills. And looking at what we've got, right, the World of Battle, I gotta say, they are just reading these positions absolutely phenomenally. I mean, the compound that they've moved into does allow them quite a bit of leniency, right? They do have some nice lines of sight up onto those ridges. Not the best, but still a good, decent amount, especially looking over on towards the western side. But that eastern side is completely open, as they can really cause quite a bit of damage to any teams rushing into their immediate area. But speaking about rushing, VISTA, they've not really decided to move away from Graveyard. Slow, steady approach coming through, but still does seem to be a little bit hesitant, and I can't really blame them. Now, down on the southeastern side, it is Lag, Blackjack. It is the players coming through from the Mind Weapon. We've got Triple behind them, Titans towards that western side. So this could be a very deadly, doomish position.
Yeah, the section of the zone is going to be looking quite stacked. We do see that Lag just managed to make that push on forward up ahead of Blackjack Esports, but Blackjack finding themselves potentially in a sandwich between Lag and Titans, which is not a sandwich I would want to work with, because that is going to be very deadly. The Mind Weapon getting closer. They make their way into zone with some decent cover, I would say, and a good position potentially to take a couple of shots at the rotating team of Triple, who seem to be heading into this eastern direction and might be crossing the paths of the Mind Weapon.
Well, we'll find out whether or not they are going to be crossing those paths. But if Triple is doing that, it's a very slow push, right? They're not looking super eager to get that rotation locked in just yet. But ooh, nice hit coming through from Hamadi, finding a little bit of damage up onto Eugene. And that's quite the range, because I mean they are separated by a lot of distance. So again, these long range assaults being pretty prevalent right here on towards Miramar. But now as we look over on towards that southwestern side, it's URUS still holding on to a little bit of that Picado positioning. The heels up ahead of them, but things are now starting to slightly quiet down, at least for the time being. I think it's the quiet before the crazy storm that we are about to experience.
And the calm before the storm definitely starting to cook on up. You do see Smash already taking a hit all the way from over here. It is Zuxi with a beautiful hit on towards one of the members with the rotation coming back. Hopefully they'll be able to get that res on through, but Zuxi might just rinse and repeat. Now Blackjack, hello. And they have some company.
Ooh, triple flying on in. That is Phonics not being able to bring in a beautiful clutch like we saw in the previous Miramar. Instead, it is now down to MG and Hamadi having to hold on. But, oh, MG.
Whew.
Oh, now going to get rushed as Titan starts to move up. Old boy is starting to pop off, and this is what we want to see. Triple now just trying to find that next position to move in. MG with a very surprising retaliation here as Titans move in. Those mollies getting sent across. Oh, but I think that timer is just slowly counting down, and this could almost be MG now in a world of trouble. Yep, there we go.
Yep, and we're going to be saying goodbye to MG coming through from that southern portion. We knew it was going to be stacked. We knew there was going to be a lot of teams making that rotation on in. We saw that, you know, with the initial setup. Triple Esports even moved on further down to the south because they want a piece of the action. Going to be spotting out Titans, and they have the numbers advantage here, but they need to get a line of sight onto these players.
Oh, and the pressure's on. Come on, who's going to get it? Will it be Titan? Will it be Triple? Either which way. You're going to be seeing both these teams now facing off so relentlessly. But it can only be one of the two. Of course, now Titans just reaching over the top, sending down those nades, looking to find the openings. But, of course, now Triple, they are going to sit back and just take it. They're going to cook up a few of their own, and I love this back and forth over the hill.
Yeah, Teak unfortunately finding Puncher with his own nade there, but it's going to give time to Triple to just recover, get their numbers back up to the advantage mark, and then they need to take the push. There it is, P6 actually going down by Old Boy. That is perfect. It's only Teak left. They need to go, and find that final nail in the coffin of Titans.
Oh, come on, Thor now just having to mend that bar a little bit, but now's the opportunity. Will this be Triple taking down Titan? Oh, they couldn't have asked for easier positions to play from. It is going to be a 3v1 push, and there we go. Titans getting right out of here in 30th place with 2 eliminations to their name.
Oh, this is what we wanted. At least there is the conclusion, but now no time, no rest for the wicked. Lag is going to move on in here on Triple. They've heard enough of this third-party opportunity. Now they want to take a piece. A little bit of a back and forth. A9Q trying to hold the line of sight, trying to get that information flowing to the rest of the team. But Triple, they're ducking and diving. They're keeping quiet. GREEDYFORKILLS finding timeout also with a couple of disgusting nades, just by the way, on the sidelines. But Triple, they need to move on through.
Well, this is going to be the absolutely essential play now. Lag, if they want to play for this contingency, they need to get themselves positioned in a much stronger position, aiming for a little bit closer towards that more centered zone, but obviously not smack dab center because there's no prime real estate really to occupy in that area. But here we go. Now moving back over on towards the west, it is Hazard yet again for timeout. Trying to have a bit of a play already. GREEDYFORKILLS causing so much carnage. We also see the players there from Vampires and Smash getting ready to go toe-to-toe.
Hey. Massive opportunities for everyone. We wanted more players, more teams to step on up. The World of Battle as well. I mean, they've been in our conversation time in and time out, but let's see them do something crazy. Meantime, URUS holding on just right alongside them. Lag moving in from the south, quite a spread out position, and it's going to work out in their favor because they find one of the few compounds still left here to the south that they can actually take some cover.
Well, let's see if that southern position is going to provide any of that. Meanwhile, the shots continue to fly. Smash now inching their way closer. We got the Vampires up on the ridge, and we got GREEDYFORKILLS behind them. So this could be a little bit of that Vampire sandwich action now coming through. But the zone just keeping itself over to center territory. And here we go, the World of Battle also trying to advance forward. And you can't really fault this play because they're trying to push, trying to get themselves situated, but there's not a lot of options with regards to compounds. And now the Vampires discovering just how challenging these hills are going to prove.
Let's go. There's still plenty of action left right around the corner. Smash so close up against Vampires. And they're only down to 2. I mean, it's they've got one number to work with. That's an advantage. Where can they get that information? And will they have the line of sight to actually deal the damage necessary? RUKH, in the meanwhile, have found the mind weapon, and they're starting to take some pieces apart. All the battle, moving on in, trying to find some angles. Oh, Elias, an opportunity here. Pickup is there. Will they find the connection?
Oh, this is going to be such an important play now coming through here for Smash, because this is going to allow them that entry back into the zone. The world of battle definitely posing a major threat to a successful rotation for not only Smash team, but also the players coming through from Vampire. We can see off in the distance, the hits continue to rain on down as Elias now has to retreat. We got a limited time left on the clock. After Blacklost tries to find a bit of an opposition here. Does find Savage. It is now down to the final contender. Oh, will they be able to stop it though? Vampires up against the side of Blacklost, and down they go as they get smashed on back into the lobby.
Perfect bait and switch coming through here from Smash. Now they can recover their losses and get a move on because they made a lot of noise and they do not want to be caught out here in the open. Get the loot, get out of there. That has to be the focus. Triple, in the meanwhile, here towards the southern position, right up alongside them. We've got a few potential stragglers. This is going to be a tough one. I don't know what the mind weapon will be able to do in this scenario. One nade, one well-placed molly could be the end of them.
Yep, there's no arguing with that, and this should make them quite nervous, but let's see. Oh, this is RUKH now taking aim. Triple also just hanging in the wing. And I love how difficult these teams are making it for each other. And up comes a little bit of an advance here. Rami just looking to improve the positioning, get a better angle. But I'm waiting patiently to see whether or not the mind weapon are going to be looking to push forward, or will they just try and hang on for as long as they possibly can. But RUKH, they don't seem to be willing to wait all too long, right? Spreading out, and they don't want to wait for the opportunity to come to them. Instead, they move on forward, and now start to take aim on towards Triple, but this could be a little bit of a bold move.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, you're doing all of this right out in the open, right in front of not only Lag, but even VISTA could jump in if they really wanted to. Triple is going to have to hold on. They do find the two on towards RUKH. Will RUKH be able to recover is going to be the question. They've done so well in taking on these engagements, and they've been surviving so far, but surely their time is numbered, or will they be the ones reigning on high? RUKH moving on in for the recovery here, leaving one out into the compound just so that they have some sort of recovery if this goes badly. Triple have been a threat to them, and they have every right to be a little bit hesitant of moving a full frontal assault.
Yeah, see, especially now that both of their frontline players have been taken on down. There we go. It is going to be Rami to fall. Old boy now just ducking, whipping and weaving through the smoke, looking for a bit of an opportunity here. But Lag also just hanging on the back end there, as we see now Eugene pushing forward, trying to tighten up that positioning on towards Triple. It's now down to Icy and Old Boy, a really strong combination. But are they going to be able to just keep on rolling with these punches? They are currently being surrounded. They've got the mind weapon on the one side and RUKH on the other.
I was just about to say, the mind weapon, the perfect line of sight they have here to Triple Esports now. RUKH and honestly, Triple's just sandwiched. They have no real opportunity. They have to be faster than everyone else around them if they want to have a hope of getting themselves out of here. RUKH has been reduced down to only 3, but for how much longer will that be the case? Triple ducking and weaving between all of these nades that are just being sent and flown to their position, and it was about time that one of them connected.
Wow, that is unfortunate. Down goes Icy. But it's not all over just yet. Old Boy still capable of causing quite a bit of carnage, but I have to swallow my words, as that now has sealed their fate. Up comes RUKH pushing forward. Eugene taking quite a bit of damage in that buggy, but Lag just hanging in the wing, trying to just rush on forward. Blacklost has been spotted. This could be the play now for Mexico to make. Will they get it? It is going to be a 1v1 on the ridge. There we go. Just in the nick of time, right as the reinforcements arrive. And that is Smash Team backing up their back. Down to our final 6 teams we go. I gotta say, Black Hand looking very comfortable all the way up in towards those northern territories. And the world of battle, and of course Greedy4Kills still showing off.
Ooh, I said it. One nade, one molly, one piece of utility, and you're gone. this is what happened. Now, GREEDYFORKILLS looking to catch on up to RUKH Esports. They've managed to match them with the 10 eliminations each. So we've got two teams sitting on double-digit elims, and it looks like we're still going. Black Hand, it's been a while since we've seen them. What can they do in this scenario? Moving on from the northern side, no one behind them, no one close to the side of them. They've got everyone right up ahead of them that they can take out and potentially turn this into the win. They just have to play their cards right.
Wow, but here we go. It is now Lag, sitting in a very good position, still having some pretty phenomenal numbers. Aside from Lag, the only other team sitting on 4 is, of course, the players there from Black Hand, situated up on the north. And I'm curious to see if they're going to look to play a little bit of a pincer position here, because if both of them move on forward, they could definitely clear out the zone. It's going to be Lag now taking a little bit more of a spread out positioning. They got RUKH still hanging around on their flank, but I mean, I love this positioning being utilized from Lag.
Oh, they're doing fantastically. I mean, it's very reminiscent of what VISTA did in the previous Erangel, taking such a wide approach and gaining that control of that final zone is really going to be putting them into a prime position. They just still have to worry about RUKH because they're still very close to their territory. They're still very close to being an obstacle into this final zone. GREEDYFORKILLS, Zuxi in particular, making a dash for the center, trying to avoid all of the opposition and the crossfires that are just going their way, while Lag slowly but surely encroach onto the southern portion. And I think it might be a case for RUKH, if they can move on into VST territory, take them out, they get themselves not only some fantastic eliminations, but the entire eastern portion, except for, of course, Black Hand.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you on that one, and it's going to be quite exciting to see how they are going to be looking to play this one out. But up comes the utilities. Look at that. Mazzaro with a pinpoint accuracy, just reaching over in towards RUKH, just shaking up the tables here. But where is it going to go, though? I mean, it's a bird, and Mazzaro trying relentlessly just to stay alive. And this is the beauty of this church positioning, right? There's so many windows to play from, but you need to know how to utilize that. And of course, RUKH also going to be looking to find a little bit of their own utilization here. Both teams still trying to settle their differences. But we are now sitting with 14 players, 5 teams left. And we are going to start running out of space momentarily, right? There's not a lot of time left until this next zone shifts. And up comes RUKH now, trying to make a play on towards VST.
Let's take it. We said they have an opportunity here to take the eastern side. They just need to get rid of VST. Mazzaro left as the last remaining player here for VISTA Gaming. Could they find that angle? Yes, they can. The church is theirs, and now the only other teams they need to worry about is, well, the rest in our top 4, which is soon to be a top 3, because I do not see how NOS is getting themselves out of this.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no chance. There's no chance.
No.
Maybe in another game, another match, but definitely not this one. Ooh, this is RUKH now taking aim on towards Black Hand. We can see RUKH getting hit quite heavily, but out comes a quick little bit of the utility also. Oh, just overcooked, exploding before it reached its point. And I mean, I think at this point RUKH is just thanking their stars, because that was a little bit too close for comfort.
It's going to be a tough time. I mean, if they make this move now, they expose themselves. I mean, for Lag, again, we talked about it, that clinical, slow but steady progression that they take, that control they take of the zone has gifted them such a massive opportunity that both Black Hand and, unfortunately, RUKH are going to have to deal with at some point. With the way that the zone is going to shift might make all of the decisions for us. Maybe RUKH can find a flanking position if they can get maybe an angle onto A9Q. They can start to apply some pressure here towards Lag.
We're going to say RUKH have been playing an absolutely phenomenal game, already sitting up on those 11 eliminations. Again, a very, very strong performance coming through here from them. But here we go, Plaza. A little bit of that bolty action on the horizon. Again, the M4s. So smooth, steady. RUKH, oh, just being an absolute lead magnet at this point. But let's see what RUKH are going to be doing. I mean, this two-piece, they've been a two-piece for the longest time. And now they look to push on forward. Again, the hits continue rather to just push on forward. And RUKH just hanging in the wings.
Yeah, just stay quiet. They're hunkering down. They know that they're at a disadvantage. But, oh, there's such a good opportunity just to take one from Black Hand. Maybe take another, and they will! Massive spray control coming through from RUKH Esports. Actually managed to garner 2. Black Hand is in trouble here, DK.
Yes, they are. They are in quite a bit of trouble. But unfortunately, they do have an extra little bit of a hidey hole to play from. Now, Lag looking to move into position as we hit that stage 9 yet again. 2.5 minutes remain on the clock until that blue zone is going to start doing its thing. It's all down to the final showdown, the final rumble in the desert. Knight, putting so much pressure onto the side here of Black Hand, but fortunately for them, all the smoke is adding to that little bit of security they're looking for. They want to find that pathway in, but it's going to be such a difficult one. And Lag looking so phenomenal. Rook now coming under pressure, but there we go. The hit's getting drived on through. Rook goes down. Now it is Black Hand under pressure as Lag look to clear up the zone. Only 3 eliminations to their name. Are they going to be able to take out the entirety of Black Hand? It is now relying solely on Storm. Tries to find a quick little cheeky spray, but A9Q pops off and takes that with a chicken dinner. What a performance that was.
Ooh, that was like very bittersweet because just at that moment, Black Hand finally found a perfect line of sight on towards RUKH Esports. Koa steps out, finds one, gets ready to take that second, but just at that exact moment, that is what exactly Lag Esports needed to take out Black Hand, and then it just falls apart from there. Lag playing the perfect third-party game, taking the last of RUKH and taking the last of Black Hand, ultimately taking the W. But for Black Hand, very close. In the top 3, I know there's quite a few supporters in the viewers that are looking for that Black Hand W. So we're getting close, just not quite there.
Yeah, but you gotta say though, looking at Lag's performance, they were so methodical with their movements. Just, you know, moving up, clearing out bit by bit, slow, steady push in towards the zone, and they were of course just able to capitalize the heck out of that one. Of course, we should be moving in towards those highlights very, very soon, but is again a very strong play coming through on Miramar, and again, that was kind of to be expected, especially on a Miramar heavy day.
Yeah, Miramar is going to be the focus of today, but I mean, it's done and dusted. We had this last one explosive Miramar with so much action. Let's go take a look at the highlights just to remind ourselves.
There we go. I mean, looking at what we just saw there, Black Hand just found themselves in such a difficult position coming into that last phase. I mean, had they been on the opposite end where Lag was situated, I think we could have been in a completely different turn of events. But either which way, still an absolutely phenomenal game coming through from our respective teams here. But of course, it is that time, right? We need to see how many points these teams were able to secure and where they currently sit. So we are going to be making a slow, steady progression, moving through everything, just get a good, decent breakdown. And of course, RUKH Esports. Wow, 12 eliminations, 17 total points, and GREEDYFORKILLS sitting on 10, but Black Hand just 1 away.
It was so close. And again, they played it so well, getting themselves into that final zone. And that's why I said it was heartbreaking, because up until that point, everything they were doing was perfectly fine. They were playing it by the book. It's just that final moment, that final opportunity, TEAMLAG. Oh, in the nick of time, they managed to find the perfect second to take out Black Hand, and it was just that peek out just a second too long, and that ultimately is what took them down. But looking at the rest of the teams, good amounts of eliminations, loving what I'm seeing, up into the top 5, a good amount of spread, and then it makes sense as to why we move to the second page, why we see so many bubbles, so many donuts, whatever you want to call those zeros. They're not great to have, but they're expected.
Yeah, I mean, especially if we have such a top-heavy performance coming through. And I mean, that seems to be a bit of a trend that we have developing here, right? We saw it through today. We saw it yesterday. A lot of the games, there are a few teams that just absolutely pop off and they just lay waste to so many of these teams. And I want to see if that is a trend that is going to be continuing, or could it potentially be something that changes once we come back after the break, right? Moving into that day number 3.
There's an opportunity because, like we said, you have that break tomorrow. You have that opportunity to go back into the VODs to really think about the things that went well, that didn't go well, talk about it as a team, maybe strategize what we could do better coming back on Friday. And then again, the map pools are changing, so it's just plenty of opportunity for the teams to do better. But speaking of how the teams did, let's take a look at those overall rankings, how we are sitting after 2 days of PMPL Africa madness.
Oh,
Woo!
yep.
86.
It is absolute madness. I mean, RUKH, they just shook it up, right? 2 elimination, 2 winner chicken dinners to their name, 2 eliminations, sure. Sitting
Hey.
with the highest elimination count, the highest placement points. No surprise to see them sitting all the way up at the top. And I mean, RUKH they are really looking to set the standard here. They want to prove that they are going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, look, we mentioned that RUKH remind us a lot of the old Titans or the old CRYPTICS, however you want to refer to the previous season of PMPL Africa. They are definitely one of the first teams to make it known that they're here to stay, make it known that they're here to dominate, which is it's fantastic. I can't even understand how they're able to dominate in such a competitive lobby, but they're making it work.
Yeah, they definitely do make it work. Now let's take a look at that second page. We know, of course, VISTA sitting on 49 points to close off the top 8, but also then on 49 points is going to be the World of Battle. So you want to talk about the contention is it's right here. We still see it
Yeah.
sitting pretty much all the way down, well, into the second page, all the way up into 16th.
That's why I say I could very easily say a top 10, a top 12 could still be shifting and changing as we're going through these next few days. Because we're, other than RUKH and their massive leap today, they're one of the few teams that are really sort of settling into their position. And I'm not even sure if that's going to be the RUKH that we see come back Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because of the way in which this lobby is going to be changing as well. But plenty of opportunity. You want to catch up, I mean, you can do so. So we end off with 28 points. As we move into the last page, we can take a look and see who needs to put in a little bit more work when it comes back on Friday.
Well, it is Blackjack then also sitting on those 28 points. Timeout, Vampire, and the players coming through there from MEA Esports. But as we know, there's still 3 days, still 15 games. Well, no, 12 games for each team. Well, let's go to see what changes they can bring in for this very first week. So who knows? As there's still so much that can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, you're right. 12 games for each of these teams. Obviously, 15 games for us in total. And that little extra bonus of VIKHVND that's going to come through on Sunday. Plenty of action. We've got crowns coming through on Friday for their PMPL Africa debut. Very exciting to see them joining the fray. And very exciting to see them joining us here on this PMPL Africa journey. Because it's definitely been a massive difference compared to the previous seasons.
Yeah, well, we got to keep on adding that extra little bit of spice in. So why not add a little bit of ground spice into the mix as well? I mean, the team's already delivering on their front, so we might as well just go with it. And yeah, I got to say, Friday, I think there is going to be a very exciting push as we move into those final few days. And of course, to remind everyone what we are yet to see, let's take a quick look at that calendar as well.
Makes sense. I mean, going through it, Tuesday, Wednesday, today and yesterday done and dusted. Coming back on Friday, we've got a very interesting few days and few matches left of this first week, and then we copy paste week 2, week 3 till we get to those finals. And to remind everyone at home, there are bonus points up for grabs. So at the end of each week, you have a maximum of 20 points you can get if you are at the top of the overall standings. And then at the end of all 3 weeks, if you are at the top of the overall standings, then you get those extra 20 points as well. And we need to see, is there going to be a team that can, if maybe not do every single week top number 1, maybe at least 2, 3, just a little bit more consistency. So far we haven't had a single team be that dominating.
Yeah, if that was the case, I'd be worried. If I'm being honest, I'd be extremely worried. I mean, looking at what we've been seeing so far, things look very balanced. Sure, yes, RUKH, they've just gone absolutely crazy, especially today. But I think the rest of the teams now have realized what they need to do to be able to keep that pressure up, right? To keep that contention there. And speaking about pressure, speaking about awesomeness and everything that goes with it, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So mad respect, much love going out to them. But on that one, of course, I mean, what else is there left to say? We got 3 days of action left to come. We will be coming back again on Friday. And yeah, anything that you want to say?
If there's anyone that's still watching, you better come back on Friday because the action is just starting. These teams are just getting started and they are ready to showcase so much more for the PMPL Africa region.
Well, there we go. The only thing that is left to say is thank you so much for everyone for joining in the teams. You guys are absolute beasts and legends. And of course, we look to see everyone back again on Friday as we continue with day number 3 in week 1 right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring season for 2023. That is a mouthful, but we are going to say goodnight. Remember, stay fresh, stay frosty. We'll see you all back again soon.
نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يغادر على يد